Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GAN's plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced, energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered, which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists, and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
Hey, I had the wrong one pulled up. Sorry about that. We were going to play the short introduction, which shows some GANs. It shows some of the knowledge seekers, Mr. Keshe's books 1, 2, and 3, which are available on Amazon for you to purchase a hard copy, I believe, as well as an ebook. So I want to say hello, friends, neighbors, citizens of the universe, agents of peace. We welcome you again to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for August 7th, 2022, as we explore the 444th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Mr. Keshe said this is the luckiest workshop he's ever delivered for us, and it was sort of a gift from him to us on his birthday. We all thought we gave him a gift and we wished him well, but he gave us a very special gift, as he does each and every week, in what's called the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, which you can find on YouTube. So we welcome you all here. Normally, we start with the World Peace Treaty, because that's what all these systems, even the universal system, it's all about peace. It's all about elevating the soul of the man to the condition of peace, to want to avoid conflict, argument, fighting, and so on. So the universal body enhancement spaceship unit could also be called a soul elevating system, which, as Mr. Keshe said, when you elevate the soul of the man, the problems in the physicality end of it seem to disappear, sometimes just in one process, but most of the time in multiple processing sessions within the universal flight system enhancement body system. And many of these systems you can have in your home, as we'll hear. And of course, it's not only for your elevation, but it's mostly for the elevation of the others. And in that process, perhaps you become elevated as well. It's all been taught. You can make these systems yourself, but as he said, it's not as easy. It's in every word, it's in every sentence, and we all can do it if it's your right to do it, which again, I'm not exactly sure. And so by elevating the soul, becoming a peaceful man, I think people will look for the World Peace Treaty to sign and to put up. If anyone would like to read this, you can help me in reading this if you'd like to, or I'll read it myself. And this is where everything begins, is with peace. So as we elevate through the waters, through the gases, and through covering the body of the man, we become a very peaceful creature. And we forget about war and many of these other things. And we create this, what Mr. Keshe says, this man of Mitra, or this new child. And this is the beauty about these new energy plasma enhancement systems. It's not so much about saving a few dollars on your energy bill, which even myself, again, he calls this the crumbs, and I was looking at the crumbs and thinking it was quite impressive, but it's not about that at all. It's about elevating the souls of every creature, from the ant to the lion and so on. This is our formal agreement, or informal agreement, if you'd like. This is the agreement the world leaders will sign, the religious leaders will sign. A very simple but yet powerful document provided by the Keshe Foundation. And of course, you can find this on the Keshe Foundation website and print it out and sign it yourself. And of course, we don't have to sign it in the matter state. We can use the pen in the soul of the man, or just make that commitment with your soul to do this. But anyway, it's called the World Peace Treaty. I, as citizens of the earth, from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. I shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this, I all agree and swear with my, and you can delete as appropriate. So if it's you want to pledge your nation to peace, you want to stand in the balance for your nation, feel free to do that. Or it could be for yourself, or your town, or your religion, or a city council, perhaps. Simply print your name, your signature, the date, your position, and again, on behalf of either the individual, the town, the city, the religion, the council, and territory. And then, of course, have it witnessed. And of course, the person witnessing it will probably also have that seed planted within them. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And of course, if you're going to become a private student, this is a prerequisite. You're going to join as a Universal Council supporter, Universal Council member. This is one of the prerequisites in the application that you need to forward to the Keshe Foundation. So a very simple document. I've handed these out many times. People think they need to sign it right there and give it back to me. And I say, no, it's not about giving it back to me. It's for you. It's between you and your soul. So as we create this collective awareness, as he said, if it's your wish to see peace, path of peace is made very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness. By giving, will create this position of change. No other thing. So this is the first prerequisite. And of course, if people aren't in that thinking dimension or whatever, this is why the systems that we're going to cover today are all built, and of course the universal system we just saw is all built for the elevation of the soul. Even though we see the butterflies in the store, right here, for example, we all thought, wow, we'll catch some of these magnetic fields that come off our computers and so on, and it will do that. It's called the fields absorption butterfly. But he said these are actually soul elevators, as is every other system that you'll find within the store of the Keshe Foundation, whether it's a pain pen, a cup, a gas unit, a horizontal unit, a vertical unit, ganzes, other cups for plants, and so on. Shirts, clothing, all made to elevate the soul of the man. And we might look at the clothes, oh, that's really fancy and I like the design. But there's many, many hidden technologies within these products that we're not aware of. But he's starting to make us a little bit more aware of them. And it goes the same with the new energy plasma enhancement units, the generators, the gas units, and so on. All made to elevate the soul of the man, to create this new child of the man, or man as a Mitra, or Mitra as a man. In other words, this man of Mitra, which Mr. Keshe has spoken about, and we'll hear it today. We talk about the mobile experience, or going directly to Linz through the commercial airlines and so on, and taking a flight, even though we're not really calling it flight, even though it's listed here as an all-purpose flight, plasma flight, transmutation experience flight. He says we don't fly, we go to places, and we go to places instantaneously. I have booked the mobile experience, and we'll hear Mr. Keshe reference that as he came into Rick's reactor group the week before last, and that's on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. CEST in the public room number 939-474-503, which you can all join. He said he'll be back. He may pop in for more testing. So have your headphones charged up or ready and your other devices. He seemed to prefer a Apple type of system. But again, any system. I know Rick did it on his computer, and I did it on an iPad, and other people did it on other devices. So this is the mobile flight experience where you'll be brought to or experience a mobile transmutation. This is the other all-purpose flight where you actually, in this one, I think you're just flying with the soul. In this one, you're actually transmuting back into the physicality in probably the vertical enhancement unit. As he said, you won't appear in the room. You'll probably appear in the vertical enhancement unit until we actually learn how to do this on our own and don't have to depend on the systems. These are all training systems in so many ways, just so we can experience the beauty of what it means to be created in the image of the creator. So I think what we'll do is I've selected 5 clips today from Mr. Keshe. As he said, this is a very lucky workshop for us. The first one's about 13 minutes and the others are 4 and 5 minutes, just sort of to get an overview of what he's really doing on this planet so that we can reach everyone. I know he said about elevating the whole of humanity in one go, and I often wondered, how could you reach everyone in one go? Well, it's not going to happen in 1 minute, but over a short period of time, we'll be able to reach the world leaders as well as the ants and the lions just through these processes of creating plasma water, plasma gas, and so on. And this is how you, and of course, the soul of this planet as well. And this is how you reach everyone pretty much simultaneously. And it was so beautiful to see. And again, he says we've taken a shortcut by putting it in the motor vehicles. And if you actually burn the gas in your motor vehicles, the people on the street, the people behind you, and probably within the environment of your own car will start to feel a soul elevation. We'll hear more about that. And of course, putting the, and I think this is such a phenomenal idea, the plasma CO2 rather than the carbonated CO2 we have now in the soft drinks, the beer, the sparkling wine, the Perrier, the Pellegrino, the different carbonated waters. He said each bubble is an elevation. So can you imagine trying to just count these little bubbles in the glass? And I was saying earlier to one of the knowledge seekers, or a couple of the knowledge seekers, how I think if they take a glass of Pepsi-Cola that's carbonated in the matter state, and then they take the exact same Coca-Cola and they carbonate it with the plasmatic CO2, the person will, for some reason, say that they like the one with the plasma carbonation much better. And then you tell them it's the exact same material in both glasses. And what they'll find out is this plasma CO2 is a real key to an elevation of the soul, which of course brings man away from conflict and into a peaceful condition and stop the destruction and the killing and so on. So this is the way we're going to upgrade the entire planet in one go. So if we go to here, Mr. Keshe, this one will run about 13 minutes, and then we'll go to a couple shorter clips. And here the bigger plan, and I'm sure he has much more to this, as he's often said and continues to say, we haven't even scratched the surface of this technology yet. So we have a lot to look forward to. And as we hear in one of the bumpers, the fun has just begun. if anyone would like to come in and make any comments or statements or ask any questions, now would be a fine time, or after each link we'll pause and then we'll see if anyone would like to make any comments, suggestions, share their knowledge about what they've just heard. And of course, here he's starting with the generators. We all look to save in the pocket, but he said once these are all linked up together, they'll be almost a self-sustaining unit. And of course, it's to take some of the burden off the nations as well, where instead of having to build 5 power plants, they're able to build 1 or 2 power plants, perhaps. And so, yes, you'll save something on your energy bill, but that's the crumbs. And I often wondered what he meant by the crumbs versus the cake. I couldn't see the cake, but now the cake is the elevation of the soul of each and every being, each and every entity, not only on this planet, but across the universe. And this is why Mitra chose this place, not only for its beauty, but because of the gas and the water and its potential use plasmatically across the universe. I think Mr. Keshe will say that at the end. So if anyone would like to say anything at this point, feel free. This is a round table. The whole meeting is a round table. Anyone has the floor at any time to voice their thoughts or their understanding. And then, of course, after these clips, we'll do the spraying of the GANs and what this means. But I think what we'll be doing now is we'll be releasing these gases all day, every day, and the waters as well as the byproducts of the gases. So this is where it'll touch the water, it'll touch the atmosphere, it'll touch the soul of this planet, as well as all the other beings on this planet, whether they be from here or perhaps, as he said, he's seen in the universal or the flight system, many or at least some creatures that have been here, entities that have been here for thousands of years, and they want to go back home. So there's much more going on in the background than we totally realize. Let's see if we can get this to start.
Changing. It's time to bring this position that we understand. Coming to the gas production unit is the same. Gas production units are there made for you to bring the change, to bring the next step, to bring a new dimension in the production of gases. Where while you're using the gases, while you're using the structure of the gases, your soul elevates to a new dimension. You're not using a gas in a matter state, you're using a gas in a plasma state. And what is the ingredient of the methane gas? Energy and connection. Isn't it the way you control your breathing? You find a way to connection. With a matter state gas, you do not have that. It's a matter.
Maybe someone can help me. Vincent has asked that the live transcription be enabled for the meeting. Do we want to do that, Alex, if you're in the background, or someone else? Is that something we'd like to do? The transcription isn't 100%, so I have been declining this request. Alex, if you're close to your mic.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
It says Vincent requests that the live transcription be enabled for the meeting. I can choose to decline and don't ask again. I can choose decline, or I can choose enable.
I don't think I have any objection to that.
Okay. Then we will enable it and see how that goes. I don't know what language it's even going to be enabled in. But we'll continue.
Oh, it should default to English, but you know, the transcription is also enabled during the knowledge seekers workshops, and so.
Okay. Okay, very good. We'll continue on.
If it's a distraction, then
No, no,
we can change it back.
I don't see it actually yet. Let's see how it appears.
Isn't the gas production unit way to elevation of the solar? We've seen this. You understand? As we said, when it comes to the gas production of the CO2, with a manned system, you put the fire out. With plasma technology, you put the fire out, but you elevate the solar demand. You allow the man to live. It's different, but the same name. It's different as it brings things together.
Yeah, Alex, I'm seeing it on my screen. It says you allow the man to live, and it says you allow the mentality. So it's not a very good transcript.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. So, and a lot has to do with the accents of the people who are talking.
Right.
I think, yeah, I agree. I think it may be a distraction.
I'm not sure how to disable it now that it's enabled.
Well, I think from what I'm seeing is it's on your screen only, because I'm not seeing. I'm not
Okay,
seeing the
okay,
transcription.
okay, no
But
problem.
if you're seeing the transcription, that means it's affecting your recording.
Okay, maybe it would be under the recording then, once it's posted somewhere. Let me just see if what we can do. It says live transcript. Assign, I will type, disable. There we go. Okay. Sorry, Vincent, but it is not accurate. And rather than, even though Mr. Keshe talks rather softly sometimes, people may read it and totally have a wrong understanding of what has been said. So I disabled it. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Nice try, Mark. It's okay.
Okay.
As I said in teaching last week, you say we produce CO2 as you saw in the machine, CO2 gas. What happened when you add this to a drink? You get what you get on the street. What happened when you put a plasma CO2 in a drink? Isn't every bubble an innovation? We have found shortcuts, but fast shortcuts, to bring mankind, the soul
I have a
of man,
question,
to the
Mark.
position of the understanding and walking away from conflict.
Yes, Ike.
So when you add plasma CO2 in a drink, would it create the same bubble?
I believe so.
Difference?
Yeah, I believe it'll be the exact, it has the same name, but it's a plasma CO2, and it'll act differently. It'll act on the soul of the person. And this is such a beautiful shortcut. He said, we've taken this shortcut. And so impressive market, as I mentioned earlier, in the champagnes, in the beers, in the different things.
Yeah,
People will-
that's exactly why I asked, because that could be a different application. You add plasma CO2 to some of these breweries, and everybody will be up and going.
Yes, it may even, maybe that will reduce the consumption of beer as well. When the soul is elevated, not for some that are just drinking a good glass of wine or whatever, champagne. But anyone who's involved in the abuse of it, unfortunately, maybe that soul elevation through this CO2 of the plasma nature will make them feel a little bit better, that they'll have a few less beers, maybe a few less accidents as well, or domestic cases. I know a lot of that domestic violence comes from this problem. So yeah, not only is it a multi-billion worldwide market, but it's the benefit is really the soul elevation. So as Mr. Keshe said, this Keshe Foundation will be one of the most powerful corporations, probably financially and well thought of corporations in the world. And
You
when
just
they
gotta get a marketing team to get some of these, because it has so much tentacles, and I'm loving it that plasma CO2 can actually elevate.
they'll be coming to us.
Wine industry.
They'll be coming to the foundation, I'm sure. But what a beautiful way to introduce the soul elevation to all of us. And most people do like carbonated drinks, whether it's just Perrier, wine cooler, or what have you. And as I said, in taste test, it should they should choose the plasma CO2 hands down. It'll probably be like 100 to 1 or something. So what company wouldn't promote their product? And maybe some of these energy drinks and some of the others will go by the wayside as well. I don't know, but it just seems, as we know, it's a soul elevator to reach everyone.
So within plasma CO2 in a drink isn't every bubble an innovation. We have found shortcuts, but fast shortcuts, to bring mankind, the soul of the man, to the position of the understanding and walking away from conflict. We are not selling what we call gas unit or a CO2 unit. As you're buying gas, I get a methane gas, I get whatever I need for my fuel. But by burning that fuel, put it in the back of the car, put it up the chimney in the house, what do you do? What the planet Earth did not give to the man as an outset to make man a peaceful man, now the system in a bigger structure does. Don't forget, I always said, one single atom can cover it. And the introduction of the gas units, the introduction of the systems which we brought you from the beginning of the time, past few months, I told you, these are universal systems. Those of you who come close with working with these units, the enhancement unit for energy, the enhancement fund for what we call gas production, you will feel the change. You will understand the change. You will see the elevation of the matter. Nothing I bring is coincidental or for the sake of just bringing something. The target is peace. The target is to bring peace. And the nations who go for war, we walk away from. Later on today, I'll explain to you why I have broken ties with the Iranian government as of this week. I do not see any need for nuclear proliferation, and the new cycle of what we call fast, what I call death machines, to go into operation to produce more pure enriched nuclear material for weapons. This is not the need for a nation. Nation is suffering with hunger and flood. We do not need to make a nuclear bomb, preferring more to push that one day we use it and we show our power. The power of the knowledge in Iran is beyond nuclear, and Iranian leaders are blind to it or try to be blind to it to show they can, to force others to listen to it. They should show their power by knowledge and not by weapon. It is regretful after 40 odd years of supporting the Iranian governments in different shape or form with scientific work, I walk away from the Iranian government, but not from the Iranian nation. Yesterday I attended the Iranian embassy, and my points are very clear. Iran does not need to proliferate anymore, and the use of the centrifuge, the new 6 series, is absolutely not in the interest of any nation, not even Iran. We have floods which thousands of people have died in past 2 weeks. We need to help those that are making up, and that one day we threaten the state of Israel or America, and we take them because of the power. The amount of the information and knowledge spent on nuclear weapon technology at the moment is unacceptable. And a nation suffers because the few want to prove they are bigger and better. My point is very clear with the Iranian government. You lost one of your leading scientists and the support, but not the Iranian nation. We cannot support a nation or a government which is bent for nuclear weapons, even though we gave so much. As they say, we can produce nuclear bomb as we wish. For what reason? When you have a plasma technology which is more powerful and can bring more credibility, comfort to the nation than that. A nation has to be peaceful. The same goes with the support for the Chinese. Creating war conditions in South China Sea for territorial demand should be stopped. Flood Taiwan with love and care and technology and everything else which they have to add to them, for them to be part of it, not threatened by force. We see the same thing in Russia and in Ukraine. We introduce these new technologies to stop war, to stop conflict for resources, not for superiority. Superiority of the nation should be in the knowledge how to serve, not how to kill, how to destroy. I asked repeatedly to the Iranian government officials to take the path of peace and not the conflict. What I call feeding gases, as they say, to Series 6 centrifuge to create more higher level of uranium and plutonium. For them to be a nuclear power to whatever they want to do is not acceptable. Not to me and not to those who are the men of peace, because we know what is the reason behind it. It's regrettable to withdraw the support on the nuclear side for the Iranian government, not on the other side. And this is the paramount for our work. We need the nuclear technology to reach nuclear plasma technology to be able to become men of the universe, not to have power to show that we can kill and do more damage. Wisdom was to negotiate. Wisdom was not to what I call exacerbate the problems where we need to support a nation. The technology of the Keshe Foundation will be diverted to another nation for expansion and peace application. And this will be shown very soon to the knowledge seekers. We move to guarantee the work we do, to guarantee the work of peace, and not to be there for the others to use our technology to create more mayhem. Be it China, be it Japan, be it Russia, be it the United States. What I saw this week, Americans being proud of missiling a man on his balcony because he's the head of Al Qaeda, is ridiculous, is unacceptable. And it becomes more unacceptable. Killing has to stop. The reason for it is very simple. We have shown you the enhancement units for flight. And if we had the collaboration of nations who are in this game of the what we call plasma technology, like the United States, like Iran and the others, you don't need to kill. You bring these people, you transform them. You bring them live and you show you understand them, and the relation of the soul will do the job. There should be no more missiling and bombing one or the other, or trying to get one and be proud of it that we did. Missiling a man on a balcony, the worst man on earth, is the same man. He's still a father. Should be done with a new technology that way we can transmute them. Most of you, some of you have tasted it in the teaching of break last week. We should not find solution in killing. We should not find solution in destroying. With the new technology, we have to find solutions in transmuting, in bringing in to understand, and maybe we all get elevated by understanding. The whole process.
I think he was going to say the whole process is about peace and elevation of the soul. And as he said, it's not acceptable to himself or the man of peace for the Iranian government to move in this direction, as well as China, Russia, the United States, and so on. The killing must stop. Any comments from anyone on this clip? We're going to go to our next point here. We'll hear a little bit more. Floor is open.
Floor is open.
Ed?
Oh, sorry, it was a kind of an afterthought. I was
fine.
just going to say, it's just, you know, as I hear this, I've heard it several times now this week, but this is the only solution. It is to change man through what Mr. Keshe is doing, the elevation of the soul and putting man in contact with his own soul. Because, and you know, what he was just talking about shows there is no, the ultimate peace is not going to end up in negotiation and stuff until we change the man. So anyway, it was just my thoughts and comment.
Right, and he said after 45 years of supporting the government of Iran with technology and understanding in this, they've decided at this point anyway. I think we're getting some feedback on your speakers.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll mute it for you.
No, I'm, oh
You
yeah,
got it?
I'm done anyway.
Okay, well, thank you for that comment. And that's what he said about the whole planet. If we give you this technology without elevating the soul of the man within a generation or 2 generations, you'll go right back to killing and eating each other. So handing over the technology without the elevation of the soul, you're just, eventually you'll go right back to the same condition. So that's why the soul elevation is built in, hidden, but built into all the systems he produces, and it's not a coincidence, as he said. Anyone else? Before we go to the second clip.
I'd like, hello, Salome.
Yes.
I'd like to ask all of you what we can do as a Keshe Foundation to stop all this. We know at the Universal Council level, we work with the soul.
That's it.
Yes,
That's it.
it's
Sending
enough.
letters. Yep, that's more than enough. Once we learn how to use it and use it collectively, the other souls can't resist it. And again, we're just practicing, as he said, when we were wishing for the IAEA and the peace negotiations. He said he'll handle the physical part. It's our time to practice using our souls to elevate the negotiators, the world leaders, the religious leaders. And again, we'll have a chance to do that when we talk about the Dome of Peace in a few minutes. That's the fastest and most sure way. Protesting, you can do all you want. Writing letters, you can do all you want. So as I said, if it's your wish to see peace, path of peace is made very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness by giving from your soul, which is the one thing you can give that's not stolen. Everything else you give, I believe, is stolen. If you give from your soul, this will change the condition. So this is what we have a hard time believing in as well. That we need to physically do something like give the beggar the coin. Otherwise, we didn't do anything for them. When the Universal Council learns this lesson, they'll be much more effective.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. I think that reptilian
We're not going to go there.
mind, our reptilian mind, and is a common denominator of all humanity. This we have to change, because this reptilian mind is a generator of low vibrations, And we need to elevate all this vibration, pulsation. This is to elevate the soul.
Yeah, it's the
And
soul of
yeah,
physicality that wants to take, and the lion. We don't need to
yeah.
call it a reptilian or the devil or anything else like that. You don't need a devil or a reptile. Man on his own is in that condition, and this is what these systems are set to do, is to elevate the soul so that the lion and the lamb sleep together in the same nest. You can't blame the devil or the reptilians.
Is a denomination, is a scientific denomination, is a limbic reptilian.
Yeah, well, we know
not mind, brain. Yeah.
Man's knowledge is nowhere near the universal knowledge,
Yeah.
as we've seen and has been shown to us in many, many ways.
Synonym with aggressivity. What we have to change is this principle of aggressivity, to change with a principle of ahimsa, non-aggressivity. And in this way, we can also at the theoretical level change something. Changing the discourse, we change also the reality. Our DNA recognize languages structure, I mean grammar, and is sensitive. In each cell will change this information, and humanity will become at once very, very non-violent. I mean, very, what is the opposite of violent? Feasible.
Killing and destroying other creatures. This technology is not for that. It's for elevating others, not taking from others.
Peaceful, I mean.
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
Much.
Thank you, Solomon. Anyone else have a short comment they'd like to make? Okay, let's hear our second quick clip. This one is only about 4 minutes. They don't seem to start the way they used to.
Look at what we have taught you, even in your diabetic cups, in your diabetic life, in using our systems in one way or another. I gave you the ganses to breathe. I gave you the ganses to drink. And I gave you the ganses to cover the body, to walk away from sickness. Aren't we doing now the same thing? We're giving the gases for the planet to breathe. We gave you the waters, and we gave you the plasma energy units. We fed the surface of the planet with the waters, with the gas energy units connecting to the universal system, feeding the center of the planet. And with the gases, we have covered you. The body of the man is no different than a universal system. It's just to translate how to feed it. When you have corona, we tell you to wash yourself, breathe from the cup, and drink from it. You breathe, you release the gases to bring the change of the air. You do the same thing with the waters you throw in the ocean. With the energy units, we create transformation of energy across the planet. Knowledge of creator is the same, it's how we use it which counts. It's just different body. One is a human body and one is a planet. But the work is the same. This planet breathes there, and that breathing affects its emotion, how it looks after its people. The water creates how it is. We have a beautiful saying in Farsi, we say, "Qatr jam shavad, angahid darya shavad." Drop drops collects, and then one day these drops become an ocean, a sea. And this is what we do. Drop, we poison this system of this planet with the CO2 and the global warming and all the damages we put into the waters and the rest of it. And now it's time for repair. We paid using the cars, we paid using the electricity to damage the planet. Now we pay to repair it.
So you may think the units are expensive, and to many they are, but collectively you may be able to put enough together to purchase one. He said it is our obligation, but we've paid also to destroy the planet. Now we're paying to rebuild. But the beauty here is both the earth with a soul and the man with a soul. It's just two different bodies. It's the same technology, elevating of both. Because I think if we don't elevate the planet, it will continue to take back from us. And that's the shortage that we've seen in the man, is because the planet itself, or the soul of this planet, is short. So it's taking from its own creation. So now we elevate both, so the planet will probably enhance the man. The man is enhancing the planet. Two different bodies, but it's actually the same understanding. It's the knowledge of the creator just used and applied to both. Any comments? We're going to go to a third short clip, again about 6 minutes. I know it's quite a deep understanding, and he's just making it very plain for us to understand it. As he said, one of the patent writers told him, you need to make it more complicated to give it some real strength or something, so people would be so amazed. I mean, we're already at that level. He's given us the knowledge for 15 years and no one's done much with it. And it's been laid out rather simply, according to Mr. Keshe. So we're going to go to our third clip, which again is about 6 minutes long. And we'll hear a little bit more of this beautiful 444th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Okay, I think we're going to start about right here. Maybe off a few seconds.
While you are driving in your little car, happy, using the technology, you're feeding the man on the street, both by the energies and by soul. At the moment, in our fuel tanks, we add additives to make it to run smooth. Using the new technology, we add additives to feed those who get the exhaust. How many of you had a cup with the orange and others? How many of you have been in the environment of enhancement units and you don't eat? Now you understand the implication of the new technology we brought. We use your own cycle of the knowledge to change the position of the humanity. But we cover it under the materials. You feel comfortable. We don't need to become allergic to diesel or gasoline. By being near to it, we recover, we elevate our souls and everything else which comes with it. Now you understand the purpose of the blueprint weeks. And all you are interested, why does the light blinks? That was to blink the light of your soul. Maybe you understand. Now, having these gas units, having these energy units is a combination of what? When you have an enhancement power supply, energy 2 kilo. When you have a gas unit in a house, which runs, then you added the energy saving, which again saves on this one, which allows you to create a cycle. You're just again looking at that, but what I look for, you create an environment in your house, in your life. Ask yourself very soon, why is the shopping basket getting smaller and smaller? Why the fighting and discussion and aggravation in the house has changed to love and care? Why more birds and animals come to my garden? Why my environment and my neighborhood feels better? Because they're getting what we call the byproduct of life. You are happy with the paintings on the wall or additives to your paint. And when you're in the room to benefit with a new system, the whole environment around you has set to change. But the beauty of it is again much, much deeper if you understand it. And that is a simple process. Different enhancement systems creating different condition of the soul in different part of this planet will link up because you're using the same source space and the magnetic field and the plasma condition link up very fast. Now you understand why I pushed for the 3,000 gas units for volunteers to take in the harbor, to say 3,000 nuts across this planet will do most of the damage of the CO2 on this planet very much, very rapidly. Now you understand the process.
Okay, so now you understand the process. He said it will take care of the damages of the CO2 pretty rapidly. And what did we see with the inverter on the first or even the second demonstration with Klaus or with the Iranian team? We saw that the inverter stops. He said that's the blink of the light of your soul. And what does the plasma unit do? It charges up the battery and the inverter goes back to work. So you'll be continually, maybe you'll run down and then you'll get elevated again and run down and get until you're fully self-sufficient, perhaps. Beautiful that he said the environment in the house and the life in the house changes. The shopping cart becomes smaller and smaller. And I've noticed that just in the last few days, really. I know someone asked me that last week, and I didn't really say anything had changed. I hadn't tried to go anywhere. I know Mr. Keshe said, now that you know you have it, you use it when you need it, don't let it take over your life. But I noticed in the last few days, more specifically, that the hunger, it doesn't seem to be there, even though I'm still eating. As my mother's always said, you have to eat something. And I'm not, you know, that small. So, but I mean, I'm still having coffee and some snacks and some other things, but the hunger you would think that would be there is not really there as strongly as it was. And of course, as time goes on, I think that will, maybe the soul is feeding some of the physicality more than the 80% that we're all doing. But anyway, he also said here that the fighting around the home changes to love and care. And isn't that a beautiful aspect of this technology? That the arguments, the bickering, the problems will start to subside around the home, and probably wellness will be manifest more as well. Anyone else who's been through the system that's here? I don't know if Jacob, you can speak. Galib, anything on the hunger? I know Stefania had definitely said for sure she's not feeling the pains or the hunger, as she's still eating, of course. I think it's sometimes out of a habit, and maybe that'll get curtailed a little bit as well, that you're just so used to it. Any comments from anyone? But I've definitely noticed it, that the hunger that I should have doesn't seem to be there. I mean, even before the Keshe Foundation, I would sometimes, most of the time, maybe skip breakfast, skip lunch, and come home and eat 3 pounds of food. So I was that way in a way anyway. I only ate if I was hungry. But now it just seems, at least the last few days, I've noticed it. So I need to report back to that other knowledge seeker and tell them that I noticed that the hunger has subsided a bit, let's say, or quite a bit, although I'm still wanting a bowl of ice cream or something else. Caleb says, I agree with you, Mark. Food is not a big thing anymore.
It's the same for me. I do not feel like eating, because I am satisfied with what I am doing and working and yes, creating.
That means must mean your soul is feeding your physicality. I know he said we had to teach the soul to feed the physicality. So somehow being around these systems, the Ganses and others, and maybe, you know, other things that are going on this planet with the fields of Mitra, the soul is being taught, if you desire to help feed the soul of physicality, or the physicality, I should say, more.
I like fruits, and I eat because I like fruits. I can live only eating fruits and salads. But I don't, I'm not, I don't feel hunger, but I eat because I like.
Right,
for
right,
pleasure.
for the pleasure of it. As he said,
yeah.
we'll eat for the pleasure of it. Gelly can't use the mic right at the moment. Jacko says, if the soul elevates, the physicality follows. That's correct.
Hello, Mark. Hello, everyone.
Oh, hello, Jacob.
Hi. Is exactly that. As we elevate, expand our souls, then the physicality follows, but also doesn't need much more energy, because with the expansion, the feeding of the body is in opposite direction also done.
Well, the soul is learning to feed the physicality, correct?
Yes, it is.
Because you can't run without any energy. You need energy, but we don't have to kill and destroy another entity, which Mr. Keshe had always said this is a shame for the man to have to do this.
And the problem of our planet, that's exactly.
Yes.
And that will change in very near future.
It's changing right in front of our eyes in a way, isn't it?
Exactly. Every day, every week.
And I know he said, you know, if we didn't harvest as many fish, that the fish would balance out their own population. They'd become aware that they're not being taken out of their environment. So there would be no need to create so many millions. They would create their own balance. And probably it goes for the others too.
Exactly, and that is why it's so important to focus on these opportunities, on these solutions. Because the more we focus on that, the more we spread it, the more we build it up, the faster the problems get be solved.
Mhm.
And then we don't need to focus on negative things or problems anymore, because I think we will not have much time for that. If we continue in this velocity we're going now, it's becoming very rapid.
Right, but even this technology, he said, would create other problems we haven't yet foreseen. I don't know exactly. He didn't really open that up a lot. Maybe
That's
the
true, but
unemployment, if people don't have to work, that could be one of them.
Yeah, is that a problem? If you, I
I don't
discussed it
think
with
it
my
is.
sister and then her son, exactly this. And I told them, what is the problem if everyone is autark, has all what you need, then there is no problem. Then we really can start focus on helping others for this 20% he was talking about. And the other things will solve themselves. And don't underestimate, Mr. Keshe knows exactly what he does. Yeah, we have to trust. In this case, there has to be trust.
And most
All of
people
us.
aren't really happy with the work they have to do. They're working to live. And so he said, we'll convert that into living to work, where you'll want
Yes,
to serve if you've, you know, been maybe an ambulance driver, you'll volunteer your services to the community for 1 or 2 days a week, or if, you know, you,
exactly.
whatever skill you may have had, like you're in the fire suppression business, let's say, you know, you don't have to pay me. I'm here to serve. I have
I,
everything I need.
yes, I know a lot of people who drive ambulances because of my firefighters job. And
Oh yeah,
it's already now that a lot of them do it because of the passion, because of the wish to serve, to help.
okay, that's very nice.
Yes, yes.
Yes, many people in the animal work like that, work at veterinarians and other places, they're there to really try and help the animals, or they have an adoption service, or they take care of stray animals and so on. So they're there already to serve. There's probably many people that are in there, but I don't think most people like to go to their job. They're doing it because they have the bills to pay.
That's
Or it's a
exactly the
good
thing.
pay, it's a much better pay than what they love to do. And because they have the house and the car and the mortgage and, you know, the groceries and they can't, and the vacation, they stick with it. Even
What
though
can
they're
you do?
not truly happy with it.
Mhm. But that will change.
Agree. Okay, we're gonna go to our final clip. We're just sharing on these various short clips here. So we saw the CO2. We saw the elevation of the environment of the home, from bickering and arguing to care and love to wellness. to elevating the creatures with these gas systems, energy. Driving your car will feed the man on the sidewalk, elevate his soul as well, give him energy, releasing this. So the more systems that are out there, but he said this would basically handle the CO2, this picture of these 3,000 nuts, as he said. Let's go to the final clip here, and I think that's at about 126, where he said this is a very lucky workshop for us overall, and this is the gift he's given us for his birthday. Let's see if we can just zoom in on this a little bit. So I'll go back here.
And the residue of what is matter state will go to the law as energy. Now, every one of us breathes that energy all the time. Can you imagine what the next generation of us will be? The elevation of this, elevating the soul of the totality of this planet, will elevate the totality of the universe. As it takes from it, there's more. And now you know why Mitra chose Earth. He has gas, he has water, and he has the elevation of the fields of itself to lock into the universal energy, to pass on, to change, to bring that peace. Mitra did not fall in love with Earth just for the beauty of it. She could see the implication of what it can do. A seed which brings the world and the universe to self-sustaining condition and peaceful universe. There is more purpose to the soul than just animal behavior. One day, this teaching of 444 become as the luckiest the Chinese believe in it. It's the luckiest teaching you have ever listened. If you understand it, if you understood what was shown in the past 2 weeks blueprints. In the last 2 weeks blueprints, we showed you how to make the coils. And today we showed you how to connect them to bring that saving and serving of humanity. That's the best gift I could give you for my birthday weekend at the time. I gave you the life of birth of a new cycle of the souls of the planet. Did you understand what I said in the intro you listened to? That the human race will change, and this change will be beyond recognition. Our presidents will not go and shout that we killed the man, we missile him direct. They'll be proud to serve the man and elevating all the men. That's not balcony or in the mind, in the oceans as a fish. I hope I brought you home the biggest gift humanity could ever receive. And I hope we did not have to, in a way, bring the knowledge this way to them. But in essence, that's what was needed. You had to see the whole process to believe in it, to do it, and to deliver it. We go for a break and come back to the answer your questions. And there is another point which I will go back to it after the break. Which
Okay, that other point, which he'll go back to, we'll cover before the final disclaimer, which is about something that's coming up to affect all of us. But he said here, Mitra didn't choose this planet just for the beauty of it or because of the beauty of it. She saw the potential of the gases and the water to be able to be used to elevate the entire unicos into a peaceful condition. And maybe that peaceful condition is even the sun erupting the way it does, violent eruptions and so on. I know the universe wasn't always peaceful, but over time it was made to be peaceful. I was just reading something about that in book number 3. But it is at this point, but there still are violent eruptions on the sun and other places, maybe that is, or any of the civilizations that we create. As we know, the true children come out of your soul in a future time. So maybe those civilizations will start off on, and we'll be sure they start off on the right foot. And it could be one civilization or many, I guess, depending on how prolific you want to be as a creator in the universe. So we're using the gases here, we're using the waters here, but also to take them in a way, or the knowledge, across the universe. And that's why Mitra chose this place, to bring the creator to see, or she saw that potential of what this planet could do in a future time. Or there is no time, as we hear, one day is connected to the other. Any comments from anyone? And then we'll go to the Dome of Peace, and Alex should be coming in shortly. Okay, and this is our weekly, or as Randy said, he sprays every day, and I think other people do as well, or just releasing GAN's waters into the environment down the drain or what have you. Rinse some and allow the plasma water to go out. I've always been using cup number 1. I know there was a question from Stefania and what GANs were recommended, and Mr. Keshe said the CO2 and the ZN. So today I use the CO2 and the ZN to do my spraying. And then we'll probably keep up with that, the CO2 making the connection and the ZN as a emotional elevator, let's say. But anyway, this is what we're doing now. And of course, with the gas units, he said we can keep them running all the time. Open your windows, allow it to go. The home environment will be elevated. The street will be elevated. The neighborhood will be elevated. And these will all connect with each other from all these units placed around the globe of this planet. Okay.
To find it.
Oh, no
You have
problem.
a link?
Yeah, no problem. Okay, I will look for it. I don't know if anyone want to read this demo piece. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay. Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This is from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, so I hope you all are replicating this work or copying these instructions. Again, it's 12 p.m. CET or 18 p.m. CET on every Sunday where we collectively do this work. And of course, now we're taking it to another level. And as Salamia was asking earlier with this reptilian thing she brought up or what have you, how can we change? And this is through the elevation of the soul of this planet, of the international atomic energy, the world leaders, the religious leaders, our neighbors, our friends, our families, can all be done through the work of the soul. And once the Universal Council learns this a little stronger, a little better, and probably going through the enhancement systems will open up our eyes a little bit more to see this way of working. He said you would stop working so much in the matter state to get things done. You would just you would see the problems in the matter state and create the solutions through the energies of the soul, collectively or individually. So this is the second part. So we're still replicating what he's asked us to do until we reach a peaceful condition, a permanent peaceful condition on this planet. So we have a little ways to go on that, but now we're taking it to the next level, and let's hear from a beautiful Universal Council member, Shweta, as she reads the Dome of Peace. Oops.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Anyone? Here? Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Keshe. Thank you.
Okay. And the most beautiful part, I thought, when he first introduced this elevation, is that no one fails this test. He said it would be a test for us to start expanding the fields of our soul, and that no one fails this test. So don't doubt whether you're actually doing anything or not. You are definitely doing anything, and you're not failing what you're doing. So now that we've all come together here at this place and at this point in time, on the soul level, in a state of inner calmness, we can now spread the fields of our soul. And in time, it will make a new race out of the soul of the man. So let's take 5 minutes or a moment of silence. Anyone want to make any comments? Oh, you know, I did before we actually take the 5 minutes. I had brought up a beautiful testimonial. I don't know if anyone has a testimonial, but I wanted to bring what was shown in the Portuguese teaching on Friday of a beautiful testimonial, and you can feel and sense the emotions of this person and working with the material and the foundation and doing the studies. So let's see if we can just go to the point of, I think it starts right about here. And it's a 10-minute testimonial, and then we'll go into 5 minutes of silence. Oops. Starting. Let's try it again. No problem.
Conhecimento e voluntária, Tânia.
Olá, eu sou Tânia Vaz, vim aqui hoje dar um testemunho sobre como eu conheci a Fundação Keshe, como eu conheci a tecnologia Keshe. Em 2019, eu sofri um acidente em outubro, né, onde eu tive 2 vértebras da coluna fraturada, o ombro direito deu uma luxação muito forte, eu não conseguia movimentar o braço, aí deu convulsão cerebral, deu traumatismo craniano e eu fiquei assim uns 4 meses assim sem me mover, né, sem me movimentar. Em março de 2020, né, eu tive a oportunidade de conhecer a tecnologia. Então, assim, eu tive acesso à tecnologia, mas eu não tive informações sobre a tecnologia. Eu tenho um amigo, Danilo, e ele me trouxe uma amiga dele, né? E essa amiga, ela, assim, trouxe tudo para mim, né? Trouxe a água de plasma, trouxe a água do CV1, do CV2, trouxe uma água que era para mim usar, né, para fazer inalação, me ensinou como fazia, me trouxe o copo, veio, colocou o capacete na minha cabeça, né, e eu sei assim, que eu senti uma alegria muito grande, né, eu olhava para elas e ainda falava assim, olha, eu não sei do que se trata, mas eu tô se sentindo bem, né, e eu achei que eu tava rindo, que eu tava achando engraçado, por causa do capacete, né, que a gente coloca e fica estranho, né? E depois eu fui conhecer realmente a tecnologia através do Fernando Betete, que assim, fez uma live, né? E com o Rafael, e aí foi onde que eu conheci, né, do que se tratava e tudo. E aí, em outubro, depois que eu assisti essa live do Fernando Betete, eu entrei no grupo, né, e comecei, né, a pesquisar. Na primeira semana eu preparei todo o material, já fiz as minhas bobinas, né, já revesti elas, nano-revesti elas, e quando foi na semana seguinte eu já estava produzindo meus primeiros copos. E quando eu tive o acesso da tecnologia, eu senti uma alegria muito grande, né? Logo no começo, na primeira semana, eu ainda não tinha produzido os meus copos, ainda estava naquela, né, nano revestindo ainda, né? Eu tive o caso da minha mãe, que teve Covid, né? E com 77 anos, graças a Deus está tudo bem, não teve nenhuma complicação, mas eu entrei em contato com a fundação e eles me passaram um grupo de ajuda, né? Eu entrei no grupo de ajuda, pedi ajuda. Então hoje eu faço uso da água de plasma, né? Do copo 1. Eu faço uso do capacete para trabalhar as minhas células cerebrais, trabalhar também o traumatismo. Então teve algumas coisas que ainda tem que ser trabalhadas, né? Minha coluna, graças a Deus, já está calcificada, mas assim, as dores musculares, né, que eu tenho tratado com a tecnologia, principalmente a caneta para dor, né? E a caneta para dor, ela tem me dado assim liberdade de movimento na hora que eu vou fazer as minhas atividades, liberdade de movimento na hora que eu vou fazer as minhas fisioterapias. Então, assim, tem me ajudado bastante. Eu nunca estive tão bem na minha vida, né? Essa semana eu tive um depoimento de uma amiga, que é uma cliente também, e ela simplesmente chegou aqui em pânico e a gente conversou e eu acabei dando água do copo 1 para ela e ela foi melhorando emocionalmente. Então, assim, é incrível a alegria, né, que brota assim do coração. É uma coisa assim inexplicável, é uma coisa assim que não dá para dimensionar, né, o que essa tecnologia traz para nós, né? A certeza de que eu estou bem, de que muitos vão ficar bem, e que tudo vai mudar, e a gente está vendo assim a posição, né, que a Fundação Keshe está tomando agora, né, os rumos que ela está tomando, que eu praticamente conheci agora. Então, assim, é maravilhoso, dá uma esperança muito grande para a gente, né? Eu tenho feito, assim, alguns experimentos também com as minhas plantas, minhas orquídeas, né? Eu quero um mundo melhor, toda a vida eu lutei por isso, quero uma família melhor, eu quero um planeta melhor, né? E eu acho que essa força interior que vem, que brota dentro da gente, né, é através do plasma, né, que dá essa energia, essa revigorada, né, no nosso emocional, na nossa mente, sei lá, abre caminho para uma série de coisas. Vou mostrar um pouquinho da minha sala para vocês, mas aqui nós estamos, né, tem os copos, tá tudo ainda organizando, viu, gente? Ó, aqui são as águas, né, para doar. Aqui eu tenho a minha mesa, tenho o meu capacete, o meu borrifador pequenininho, né? Minha água plasmada, aqui eu tô plasmando água. Aqui é a água do copo 2. E, né, tenho aqui o meu umidificador, né, que eu deixo sempre aqui na minha sala, e à noite, quando eu vou dormir, né, eu deixo ele ligado. Aqui eu tenho os copos da alimentação, né, e os 4 copos da alimentação. Tenho aqui o meu copo do homem. Olha, fiz uma casinha para eles, e tudo que eu faço, tudo que eu tenho aqui é realmente assim, eu que fiz, eu que estou projetando, eu que estou fazendo, pego algumas ideias no grupo, né? Aqui são 5 copos horizontais, né? Então, é isso aí. Me deu vida nova, me deu ânimo novo, me deu alegria, né? Esperança de um mundo melhor. E isso eu só tenho assim a agradecer muito, né? O que eu senti foi que a tecnologia, ela escolhe a gente. A tecnologia me encontrou, me achou. E aí eu estou aqui, né? Trabalhando, estou aqui fazendo as minhas experiências comigo, me tratando, cuidando da minha família, cuidando da minha cachorrinha e das minhas plantas, dos meus peixinhos, né, das minhas clientes, e aí a gente vai simplesmente assim crescendo, né, um pouquinho de cada dia. Todo dia eu aprendo um pouquinho com o grupo, todo dia eu aprendo um pouquinho com as aulas. Então assim, eu aprendo muito com o pessoal, né, e eu só tenho assim uma imensa gratidão com todos vocês. E gostaria de desejar aqui assim tudo de bom para vocês. Agradecer ao Sr. Keshe, né, por nos presentear com essa tecnologia, e com certeza nós teremos um mundo melhor. Hoje eu sou uma mulher com esperança. Antes eu não era. Agora eu choro, mas eu choro de alegria, de satisfação em estar presenciando tudo isso, né? Eu achava que eu nunca na minha vida fosse participar dessa transformação que está tendo no mundo e que vai ter a partir de agora. É essa alegria que eu tenho no coração. Um beijo para todos vocês. Se cuidem, se amem e amem, amem, amem e se doem o máximo que vocês puderem. Um beijo no coração de cada um de vocês. Obrigada, Dr. Keshe. Eu amo o senhor.
What a beautiful testimony. If anyone wants to make any comments, maybe we can hold it until after the 5 minutes of silence. She never thought she would participate in this. All the things she had wished are coming together for us. Thank you, Taz. Let's take 5 minutes of silence for the elevation of the souls of the 5+1 peace negotiators, soul of the IAEA, all souls working for peace in Vienna and beyond, the soul of humanity, the soul of the world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth, and whatever you'd like to add to that. So let us take 5 minutes. I'm just going to start it. So let's start now, and then we can come back and if anyone would like to say anything. But what a beautiful testimony. We thank the Brazilian team. Okay, we'll keep
Hello,
our mics
Mark.
quiet. Yes.
I'm sorry. Please, in that 5 minutes, please include especially because today is a possession the new president in Colombia, Gustavo Petro, and all ministers, governors with him. And please elevate the souls because the nation is very, very complicated for all life.
Thank
So,
you, Elizabeth. We
thank you.
will.
Thank you so
We're
much.
including the world leaders, and he is one of the world leaders.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's start now with the 5 minutes of silence where we expand the fields of our soul. And remember, no one fails this test. Thank you. Okay, thank you all for participating in this greatest movement of the soul of the man. Where I come from, they call this a prayer group, but I think we can call this an elevation group now. And I know the Brazilian team is doing it on a daily basis with intentions, and then on Wednesday. So if you feel so, you can join that group and continue. And the beauty of it is no one fails this test. So we can do it now, but we can do it all the time. Spreading the fields of your soul doesn't cost anything, and nothing is stolen. It's all given. And by giving, you may become elevated. Anyone want to make any comments on that beautiful testimonial? We thank the Brazilian team for sharing that with all of us. But she really took control. She's thought of her surroundings, the people she's helping, her environment. She's surrounded by different plasmas. She never thought she would get to this, and we thank Danilo for introducing her, I think, to the plasma technology. So you can see how one soul has been changed, and that's the way they've been working on it in the Brazilian team, more than one at a time sometimes. But if anyone would like to add anything, please share with us.
I have a special testimonial for
Sure.
the people from Spain working around 1 month only, and have testimonial and sent it to me. But I don't know, Alenka, Alenka can possible translated or not for send her. So I don't know.
We'll have to ask Alenka if she's with us.
Yes, she's here.
She may be multitasking, though. Sometimes
Yeah.
do that. You know, they're doing 3 things at the same time. Of course, Mr. Keshe
She's
does
here, but I don't know.
many things.
I don't know.
Alenka, are you able to translate? I don't see John here. Usually,
I don't see. I'm
I don't
sorry.
see him either. Would you like to try and go? Is it a long testimonial, or can we understand it?
It's most, yes, long, and have technical words, the doctor. So
Okay. Well, why don't we hold that for right? Is there anyone here that speaks Spanish that? Oh, Anna said she can translate.
Anna,
Oh,
yes, Anna
beautiful. Thank
Olivero.
you. Thank you, Anna.
You're
Go
welcome.
ahead. Can you work together with Lisbeth?
Okay, Anna, I sent to you the telegram for the video, or Mark. Mark is okay?
Yes, I
Okay.
should be able to get it. Or to,
Okay, I sent now, Mark.
okay, where are you sending it to?
And wait one moment, Mark Erdison and el Telegram.
Okay. My
Now
name?
I send it.
I don't see.
Yes, Mark Anderson, yeah.
I don't
send
know
it
if
now.
I'm even listed that way.
Okay.
There's probably a lot of them. I don't see it yet. If you put it in the American Telegram,
Okay,
I
okay,
mean,
now.
that would probably, oh, I see it right here. You don't have to.
Okay.
Let me see, what can I do
Because
with
maybe
this?
tomorrow is more testimonials about the flight simulation and don't get it. Or get it for tomorrow for testimonial too. It's okay.
Okay, I'm trying to translate reply. I don't see how I can.
Hola, buenas.
No.
I don't see.
Hola, buenas.
I don't see it either. That's not working. Let me see. Okay, save as. Let me try and see if I can do this on the desktop, I guess. Okay, show and finder. Okay, here it is. Now I'll be able to pull it up. I think it's gone behind one of the other panels. Alex, hopefully you're okay. Let's see if we can bring this over to here. And let's see if we can open this up a little bit more somehow. That's about as big. I don't know how to make it much bigger. Okay, it's just 1:52.
Okay, Mark, I have a question. Hello.
Yes.
Do you want me to connect to the meeting in my phone and then use the computer and the laptop, or
No,
how
you
am I
sound
gonna go?
okay. Why don't you just, if I play it, you just tell me where to stop, where you'd like to have it translated.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I'm gonna listen to it.
You
and then
listen and then just say stop, and then I'll stop it, and then you can translate for us.
Okay, perfect.
We'll just try and see how it works that way.
Okay,
Thank you,
perfect.
Anna.
You're welcome.
Full screen, I think. No, that didn't make it any better, but we'll try this. Okay, here we go. It's only 2 minutes. Thank you, Elizabeth, and thank you, Anna.
Welcome.
Hola, buenas. Si no me conocéis en persona, soy José Álvarez, que está en el grupo.
Hello, I am Jose Alvarez. You could go in, Mark, that's all he
Y
said.
os voy a presentar a una chica que ahora os va a contar ella su experiencia de 1 hora y media aproximadamente, cerca de 2, en la cual tiene un lápiz Keshe, lápiz de salud.
I'm going to introduce to you a young lady that is going to share her experience for about an hour and a half experience with a pen from the Keshe Foundation.
Okay, this is only a 2-minute clip, it looks like, but that's fine. Okay, we don't really have an hour to do it, but maybe we can post the link in the chat for those who'd like it. I'll continue. Thank you.
En la mano, y ya os contará ella ahora su experiencia. Y en el
She's going to
bolsillo
share her
del mismo
experience. And on her packet. Just keep going, Mark.
lado tiene una probeta con varias copas plasmáticas, varios líquidos plasmáticos y unos poquitos GANs.
She has plasma on her packets and GANs, and she has a pen on her.
Y ella os va a contar ahora su experiencia. Se llama Melissa, es doctora de la Seguridad Social aquí en España. Y
She
bueno,
is Melissa from Social Security in Spain. She works at the Social Security Department in Spain.
ahora os cuenta.
Hola, buenos días a todos. Tras 2 horas,
Good morning, everyone.
puedo mover el brazo, que lo tenía, he roto tendones, me operaron.
I had broken tendons on my shoulder and I can move my arm now. I had a surgery.
Y llevaba en 2 semanas que volví hacia atrás y el brazo me quedó inmóvil. Ya no
So I had a frozen shoulder, literally. I could not move my arm.
alcanzaba la anteropulsión, la ABD no me llegaba ni a 90 y la retropulsión solo me quedaba en la nalga. Ahora llego.
The
tras
range of
2 horas,
movement was greatly diminished by all measures. That's what she said there.
a la D12 paso la ABD a 140 grados y la anteropulsión, os la muestro, casi.
I could have a full range of motion. I could lift up my adductors. I could do my adduction and abduction with almost full range of motion now. Let me show you.
Casi. Es maravilloso, os lo aconsejo a todos.
It is
Muchísimas
wonderful.
gracias.
I will recommend it
Besos.
to anyone. Thank you
Bueno,
very
ahí
much.
tenéis un testimonio de cómo funciona y lo
the
bien que
testimonial.
funciona el lápiz de salud de Keshe y también el
Or
líquido
what the
plasmático.
pen of health of Keshe Foundation could do. This is just a short testimony of what could be accomplished with this technology.
Thank you, Anna. I think there's only 2 seconds.
Venga, un besazo.
Well, a big kiss for all of you.
Beautiful. We got 2 kisses today then. one from Taz and one from him. But she
Thank you,
definitely
thank you.
looked elevated, didn't she? Look at the smile on her face.
Yeah, and I want to make a comment.
Sure.
Mark, she was giving a very technical description of the limited range of motion that she had on her arm and on the shoulder in both internal rotation, external rotation, and elevation of her arm. And that was impressive when she went technically to describe how she improved more, like 80% of her adduction and abduction and elevation of the shoulder.
So being a medical person, you understood that completely.
Yes, and I was impressed by her result. Correct.
Very nice. Well, as he said, we elevate the soul and we take care of the physicality too, or we take care of the physicality and the soul gets elevated. I think it can work both ways.
Mark, most important now is that Jose and many people from Spain mostly now is only started the technology around 1 month ago or little more weeks. So, and all the time is working when the cops live, making your own page, on pen cache, many things, and use all the time and put different now put different testimonials with the that is the way they, but the other is only the listen to the people, but it's better.
Well,
Thank you
we're
so
seeing
much.
that. Yes, thank you, Elizabeth. We're seeing that in the flight system. People go in there for the first time. They go through the chairs. I don't even know if the chairs are still there. I know he consolidated 3 chairs into one. And now with the system that he was talking about in Rick's group, they can do it mobily. So if they can do it mobily, they can do it right there. And then perhaps you just walk into the fields. I don't know. Freed, I think you're the most recent person here. I don't know if there's anything you'd like to share. Did they still have the chairs when you visited Linz as of late? Or perhaps Claudia, I think, was there as well, if she's still with us. Maybe someone.
Hello,
would like to
Marky.
share. Yes, Claudia.
We went on last Tuesday and we come back to Brazil yesterday.
Wow.
And this experience was, I'm trying to understand yet, but was very interesting. And my hungry it's decreased a lot. And many things I am remember yet, but let's see
Right.
if
You need a photographer following you, right? Just so you can say, oh yeah, that happened. Oh, this happened. Oh, I saw this.
Yes.
I said this.
Yeah, because you arrived there 9:30 a.m. and get out of the place only 4 o'clock p.m. So we lose the time
Oh yeah.
and the space. We didn't eat or drink anything, and he was I like my English.
No, it's good. It's very good.
We didn't have hungry in anything, so was very normal. I had a little pain in my thumb, right thumb, and disappeared. And I remember now. My emotion is more stability. And
it's stabilized. Okay.
Stabilized, yeah. My eye was tearing. How can I say tearing?
Yeah.
After I get out of the machine, the room, and Klaus said for me that is the cleaning the eyes is normal.
Okay. Yes, I know he said that about the person that was trying to get his sight back, that the tears were cleaning the surface off, because when the eye is open, or whatever, it doesn't have, it builds up material on it. Maybe your condition was different, but that's what he was talking about with the person getting their sight back. That this tearing was an improvement, as a process.
Yes. Okay. I didn't know that. And he said for me that he feel the fields, the persons that are inside of the room, Klaus, né? And he said for me that's the beginning. I was trying to feel something like anxious, you know, like trying to see things and experience things. But after some times, I think he said for me that my fields increased a lot, and I don't know to say in English, banhado. And I
Anna,
let it
what did
go,
she
and I
mean?
let it go.
Anna, can you translate that word for us?
I put in the translator here.
Okay.
Bathed in the fields. I don't know.
Bathed, like bathed in the fields. You were covered in the fields.
Yeah. And he felt that, and with no fear. But we lost the time, and I didn't know that. But I saw many things. I saw different places. I saw like a forest with different animals. And after Klaus come near for me and said, go in to another place if you want to talk. So I was there in another place, but he said for me this, and I went to the moon, and when I thought the moon and I was there, it's like a 0 point.
Exactly.
And I felt the cold, to descend cold. It was cold, but it's so, I think, so fast, and this come and disappeared. Yeah. Yes.
Instantaneous.
Yes. But the place that I felt more was in the middle. This in the center of the room is so how can I say, so impressive for me. I felt the love of the creator.
Yes.
I felt that I remembered when I was inside of the uterus of my mom, the hot liquid. And this time I cried. And
beautiful.
And with this emotion, I send love for everybody. It was very nice this time.
Thank you, doctor.
And I am remembering the other things.
Did you record any testimonial?
Yes, I recorded there with Tim. Yes.
Hopefully we'll see something in the future on that.
Yes.
Wow.
That's it.
Wow. Excellent. Yes, and it doesn't take practice, doesn't take any knowledge. It's just balancing and then expansion. I know Jalal said when he went to the first exhibition where they had it set up, it was just a totally energy where you were like on a cloud or something. You've lost in a way sense of time and place. He was tired, but he wasn't tired. It was just a beautiful experience.
Yes. If you see that the room, I don't know if everybody's in here came to Linz.
Well, just remember, did Mr. Keshe ask you not to share anything?
Yeah,
I don't want anything shared here that we shouldn't be discussing.
Okay.
So maybe we should not go into too much detail.
Okay.
But overall, very powerful, yes?
Yes, much. Yes. You asked if the chairs inside is there, but we need only to take one place, not the 3 chairs.
Yep, and I think he said in the last workshop, since we know how to elevate the soul remotely, we don't even need the chairs anymore. So I
Yeah.
don't know if they'll be there or what. Again, these developments are happening very quickly. He said they're moving quite forward, even into the transmutation situation. So, but other things have to be worked out in the background, I know, with the government of Austria and so on and so forth. Well, thank you for
No
sharing
problem.
that.
Thank you too.
Yes,
Thank you.
beautiful experience. And again, it all starts not when you go in there, when you leave the system. Mr. Keshe was saying, this is when all the things start to work or change. But what a beautiful experience. Yes, it would be great to have a camera with you and recording all, because it is sometimes hard to remember. Maybe that's part of the whole experience. Anyone else? Okay. Well, I think Alex has been waiting in the wings, as they say.
I'm present.
How about if I play the disclaimer for you, Alex, or for us?
Are you sure it's not too late in the meeting, Mark?
Why?
I'm ready to go.
Okay. Sorry, next week we'll let you open up and I'll come in afterwards.
Oh, no worries there.
Okay.
Everything's good.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Here we go.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to. Supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Okay, now we'd like to welcome Alex from Canada, who shares here, there, and everywhere. We're greatly appreciative, and we give from our souls to your soul for sharing so much, so consistently, and so regularly, and for being part of this group, but all the groups as we move into the one nation, one planet, one race for world peace. We're already there. So thank you, Alex, for joining us, and we just allow you to take the screen. I think you already have. It must have come up in back of my background. There it is. We see your screen. So take it away, Alex. What do you have for us today?
Well, thank you very much, Mark. Could you just give me 5 seconds? I'm going to make a screen adjustment, please. One moment.
Okay. Very good. I think we don't have to talk during the 5 minutes, but if anyone has anything they'd like to add. Okay, I think he's back.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay, well, that's a little bit better. But anyway, thank you very much for everybody being here. I can really sense the excitement as it's building. And one of the things that I just want to make a comment on the previous testimonials. So it's my understanding that it's coming from Spain, which is really very encouraging. And the Spanish community should be familiar with the term socios. These are the investors and followers of the sports teams in Spain. And maybe we could get them interested in this technology as well. And I want to thank everybody for being here on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. It's a very important time, as I've always said. I don't think there's anything that's more important than the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. We're discussing basic inner space. Today's topic is the magnetosphere. My name is Alexander. It is August the 7th, 2022, and broadcasting from Canada as part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. And as I said, you know, we have about, we're approaching 500 million knowledge seekers around the world, and the challenge is really still before us, because as wonderful as the technology is and as excited as we are about it, we want to share this information with others, and it becomes very important to be able to understand it and convey that information. So I'm hopeful that this teaching series is going to assist you in that. So this is not just for the new knowledge seekers, but for the mature students as well, because we know that students become teachers. And so we did start in the Brazilian community back in October 2020 on the basic teaching series, and we progressed to basic understanding, basic knowing, basic insight, basic earth space, and now we're in the basic inner space. And the thing about it is that it's all basic. And the technology is racing ahead, and we really need to keep up with that. And we're in the position now, because of the existential crisis that is going on around the world, that we kind of have to speed up the process. But we need to do that without compromising the quality, because the books explain on, like in book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matters, it explains the coming together of the different plasma fields. And then, of course, now we can explain the origin of the universe as described in book number 3. But there is a connection, a link, if you will, between book number 1 and book number 3, and it has to do with the structure of light. And it is because of this misunderstanding of the structure of light that we measure our travels across the universe in light years. And so as we see our tiny little perfect world, there's in the bottom right-hand corner what we call man's universe. And then we see that there's a whole lot of universe still to be explored. And part of the problem for us to be put in that corner there is because we are only looking at the Earth space currencies, our piece of the pie in the sky, if you will. And so we made a reference to that because wherever that point is, it's kind of a nebulous point, nebulous meaning non-specific. And we found that Mount Nebo, as mentioned in the Bible, is the place where Moses was granted a view of the promised land before his death. And where exactly is this promised land? So Nebo means sky, and so that nebulous point is somewhere in the sky, the pie in the sky, as we say. But history repeats. And unfortunately for us, it also repeats the boundaries of thought. And so this is what we have to figure out, because we have new rules, and it's worth repeating so that we can have a reference point. With the new rules, the new plasma rules, energy states increase by an order of magnitude, at least. And that the higher energy states feed the lower energy states. There is natural creation and a natural decay. But there's also a non-consuming way of energy transfer. But we find that the higher the state, the higher the transfer rate. And that too is done by many orders of magnitude. And so we see that plasma has two characteristics that are most important. It comes in fields, and as such, it can absorb fields. But these fields also have barriers. And we are very well attuned to creating barriers and boundaries. And so one of the barriers of our plasma is that it is bound to the ethos of the universe. And so this is a part that we don't take into consideration, because when we talk about product quality, and you say product quality, it doesn't tell you what kind of product, and it doesn't tell you what kind of quality. This is just a nebulous reference, somewhere, sometime, and some space. And within that, we position ourselves. But if we don't know where we are, then it's just a nebulous positioning. So what we really need to do is specify the product, specify the quality. What we tend to do is specify our boundaries. And so when we're discussing our Earth space and our targets on Earth space, we find that that range on Earth is between what we call the magnetical and gravitational field forces. And we find that at the magnetical field force, we have a magnetosphere as a boundary. And so that's the topic of today. And in between here, we have ranges. And so we find that we have a magma under the crust, we have a crust, and then we have an atmosphere above the crust. And all of these are related by density. And so the external part, what we call the magnetical boundary, is this magnetosphere. But as we discussed last week, we found that our reference point is based on our neighbors. And so we concluded that Earth has no boundaries. And because of that, here in North America, when we look at North America, it's not North America. It is based on the relationship it has with the Pacific and the Atlantic Ocean. And so that's two oceans, two different oceans. And it's because of this relationship with these two oceans that we know where North America is. So North America is not where we think it is. North America is based on the relationship with the two oceans that are neighboring. And this is an important fact, because we are now starting to find that we're really not very clear as to where we are or where we're going or what we're doing, because we've never been precise enough. We've always set up boundaries, and we've always identified what is ours and what is not ours, what is your garbage and what is not my garbage. And so we become this positioning of saying, well, this is not me and this is me. And now we've found that we can create a peace stone.
Alex, I'm going to send you a message in the chat, okay? In the Zoom chat.
Okay. And so we find that there's a peace stone. And in this peace stone, we don't know exactly where this is, but it is in the Earth space. And so is it just limited to this Earth space? And so this becomes a nebulous field for us, where we can't pinpoint anything. Let me continue. So we're looking at our position with respect to sun space. And so we find that everything is related to the sun. We revolve around the sun. We get energy from the sun. And the sun is a star. And so the name of the star is the sun. And we find that all of the planets rotate around the sun. And so we have a sentimentality with respect to this earth. And so we find that our position where the earth is related to the neighboring planets. And so we have Venus on one side and Mars on the other side. And our position is between those two. And so what it's not between Jupiter and Saturn. So therefore, our position is based on our neighbors. And so our neighbors are specifically two planets. And so our position is in between those two planets specifically. And then we find that each planet has its own boundary. Just going to take a minute. Mark, have you sent the message yet?
Yes, I just said Mr. Keshe popped in and I leave it to you. Normally, if he wants to come in, he usually says, can I come in? So why don't we just let it sit and maybe you could, I'll leave it up to you, Alex.
Well,
he usually says, may I come in if he'd like to come in?
Yes. Yes, of course.
I think he may be just observing, and when he wants to, he'll say that.
Well, I think he's reminiscing about his position in the universe. So please allow me to carry on, and
sure.
If it suits the purpose, we will proceed in a different direction. So we were always trying to position ourselves and trying to find out based on these boundaries. But the subject today is the magnetosphere and inner space. And so we have to go back to the fundamental principle of the Trinity, because you see, we're discussing the differences in the science. And so this is the subject, plasma science. And so we see that there is a common ground, and that has to do with the atomic structure. The atomic structure has an electron and a proton. And so each of these has a magnetical field, and that magnetical field contains an energy. And so there's energy that is being transferred between the two. So we know, according to the rules of plasma science, that the larger twin plasma of the proton feeds to the smaller twin plasma of the electron. So there's a relationship between the electron and the proton. Well, let's look at this relationship as it applies in the solar system, because we keep referring to this as outer space. And so we'd like to find out where exactly is this outer space that we keep having this nebulous relationship to, because you see, if you're doing target practice, you want to hit that target. But where the skill really comes in is when that target is moving. Now you've really created a problem. And so from a point of view of saying, well, if this is summer in North America, then we are over here and the sun's in the sky. But we know that when winter comes, we're not going to be here. We're going to be on the other side of the sun. And our point of view may be the same, but our position in the sky will not be the same. So this is the seasonal change that we go through. Okay, so let's carry on from here. So if we look at the moon and its relationship to Earth, so we find that the moon rotates around the Earth. So we already understand this rotation because the Earth rotates around the sun. Okay, so in fact, this moon rotates around the Earth space. And if we were to attribute the relationship of electron-proton, we could say that the moon is like an electron and the Earth is like a proton. And the moon would have the same problem seasonally as does the Earth with respect to the sun. But this seasonal is daily. In other words, the moon is on one side of the planet part of the time, and on the other side of the planet another part of the time. And wherever it is it's there. But we don't know exactly where that is. We just this kind of nebulous relationship. But it's within our Earth space, isn't it? Because it's not rotating around Mars, and it's not rotating around the sun. It is specifically rotating around the Earth. Okay, so that means the moon has its own space. And our moon is that moon with no name. And so if we go to the moon, we have to be very skilled at targeting the moon. And then we have to be very skilled to target back to the Earth, because not only is the moon moving around the Earth, but the Earth is moving around the sun. And so if this sounds very simplistic to you, not everybody is understanding how the planets work, and possibly yours truly included. But what we do know is that the moon is specific to the Earth. So we find that the moon space is actually the magnetical boundary of the Earth space. And so what we find is that in addition to the magma, the crust, and the atmosphere, we have a boundary, which we call the magnetosphere, but there is an influence that goes beyond the magnetosphere because it interacts with the moon space. So technically speaking, from the core of the Earth to the pathway that the moon takes in its orbit around the Earth is the Earth space. And this is all based on density. And so we find that really inside the magnetosphere, we have the atmosphere, and the atmosphere would be more dense than the area outside of the magnetosphere. And so we have been referring to that as outer space. But how can that be outer space if it's part of moon space that is actually part of Earth space? And that is the point. So if we're looking at this relationship, then we say, okay, the moon is an electron, the Earth is a proton. And as the relationship of the moon to the Earth, then we can extend that and say the Earth to the sun would have the same relationship, where the Earth would be an electron and the sun would be a proton. And so it becomes a very good question if, with respect to the moon space, the Earth is a proton, but with respect to the sun space, the Earth is an electron. And so how can it be an electron or a proton at the same time? And so this gets further complicated when the moon rotates and you find that the moon is now between the Earth and the sun. And if the moon is the electron with respect to the Earth, is it possible at this point that the moon is an electron with respect to the sun? And seeing as the Earth is an electron with respect to the sun, we've really got a problem here, because we are Earth space in the sun space, and we have still not gone into outer space. So let's drop the moon for a moment and just look at what planet space consists of. So we've already said that the Earth space is in a relationship to the sun is a planet, but then there's Mars. And so then we find that, well, if the Earth is an electron with relationship to the sun, and then the sun would be considered a proton, where does Mars come in? Because then Mars, with respect to the sun, would also be an electron, because the sun would be the proton. But now we have a problem, because the Earth is part of this planet space, and Mars is part of this planet space. And so we are not really clearing up the picture, we're sort of muddying up the picture, because now we have one planet space overlapping another planet space. And then we can travel between planets, and we can travel between the planet and the moon, and we can travel between the planet and the sun. And there are some points in between, which we can't identify other than saying, well, that they're somewhere. And so whatever these points are, they're in between. And so why am I belaboring this point? And I'm not the one who's belaboring this point. There are others who are belaboring this point, because now we have a misunderstanding in our relationships between the electron and the proton. Because if we really confuse the issue, so not only is the Earth's space as part of planet space overlapping Mars space, but the moon keeps rotating around the Earth, and at some point is between the Earth and Mars, and at another point is between the Earth and the sun. So we find that each one has its own orbit. And when we look at this relationship of electrons and protons, the structure that we have been presented with respect to the atomic orbitals, we find that we allow more than one electron on an orbital. And so we have done that. We have put satellites to orbit around the Earth. And so if satellites orbit the Earth, and we can have more than one satellite orbit the Earth, and they all orbit through this area that we call the magnetosphere, and we find then that the moon, which orbits around the Earth, then we could say that the moon is also a satellite. But when we look at the boundaries of the planets, each planet has its own orbit. There are no other planets sharing orbits. So there's something wrong with this picture. And so we see how we've created some boundaries. So when we look at how we create these spheres, we always find that we're not taking enough things into account. And so we see that when we have to find out who we are, we have to look at our neighbors. And so we could look at the two neighbors as feeding dimensions, and that our realization is the feedback dimension, being the third dimension. And if we are looking at this as in observers, then we are none of these three dimensions. And so we look at 1 + 1 being more than 2, but how much more? And so this is not designed to confuse, it's designed to help clarify that when we take the cup of life and we have 1 zinc plate and 1 copper coil, and we add to it another nano-coated copper coil, we have now created a magnetical gravitational field relationship. And then within there, we have created something else. And we've created a GANS. And we see a CO2 GANS, a calcium GANS, a zinc GANS, copper GANS, amino acid GANs and water GANs. And so this is what we're talking about when we talk about going into space, because we have to have a relationship. Are we leaving or are we coming? And so our departure and our arrival lounge are actually one and the same thing. And so we only use the two reference points, and that is to go from the departure lounge to the space enhancement units, and then come back from the space enhancement units to the arrival lounge. And so the paths that we followed kind of represent the connections in the twin cups. And these twin cups represent a magnetical gravitational feeding and a magnetical gravitational feedback. But how many feedings are there and how many feedbacks are there? And so as we explore this, we find that there's a connection not only within the cups of life, where we look at the details of the emotion and the physicality, but we also have the soul, the earth, and the inertia, which is the interaction of the soul and the earth and the rest of it. And so the periodic table of elements, which is part of our earth space, really ends up being the details of the earth space. And so if we are trying to understand the simple rules of an electron and a proton, and this is how we designed the periodic table of elements, where all of these numbers represent the number of protons in these elements. So we find that the only element here that does not have a neutron is hydrogen. But we find that we have generally accepted that there's an equal number of neutrons and protons in each of these elements. So if we say carbon 6, there's neutron 6 and proton 6 in the carbon 6. Okay, well that's fine. But hydrogen doesn't have that neutron. So really the numbers here refer to the number of protons. But when we look at the relationship of the Earth to the sun and the Earth to the moon, and we say, well, the moon is an electron to the Earth as the Earth is an electron to the sun, then we clearly see that not all electrons are the same, and not all protons are the same. And so when we talk about the periodic table of elements and how they're constructed from the basic atoms, atomic structure of electron, proton, and neutron, it's kind of like saying car. If I say a car, you don't know what kind of car, you don't know what kind of motor it has, you don't even know how many wheels it has. And you don't even know who's driving it. So what we've been able to do is when we look at these details, all we are doing is taking this car apart and saying, well, you know, we have some carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and hydrogen, and that forms the amino acid. And then we have the sodium, magnesium, potassium, and calcium, and that provides the salt medium. And then we have the product from that, which is the carbon, zinc, and the iron. But not only. So we find that we are connected to Earth space. And that becomes an important point because the Earth space is connected to the silicon. So when we look at the plasma feeding rule, where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, this is where two forces come together. And so there's a distinct difference in the way the universal harvesting of energy and the Earth space harvesting of energy is conducted. The universal harvesting is self-enhancement. The Earth space harvesting is self-consumption. And so why am I harping on this point? It's not me. It's we always are looking at fields of conflict. And when you have fields of conflict coming together, that comes to a conflict point. So the conflict point is not the point. It's the conflict fields which create this point. And that's the problem on this planet. So when we're looking at how these forces come together, yeah, we have choices. And the preferred choice, wouldn't it be to be a shining example? But for some reason, we choose the binding way, because that is the way that we get energy at the expense of others. And so that has been really putting a boundary on our thoughts. Because you see, what we've been discussing is Earth space, but that's not what's important. It's man space that's important, isn't it? Isn't that the most important thing in your life? And it just so happens that you are on Earth space. So, you know, by extension, to care for your man space, you have to care for your Earth space because that's your environment. But we find that we're not taking enough care of man space either. The point is that if we're not understanding the Earth space and its relationship, then how can we understand the man space in relationship to the Earth space? And so that becomes the dilemma. And so we've identified the dilemma in the true definition of manifestation. And so we find that that manifestation of any field comes from the formation of two other fields. At least two fields come together to form another. But now we have another dilemma where some fields can be tangible and some non-tangible, and some visible and some non-visible. So we have identified the two realities, a physical reality and a plasmatic reality. But there is another reality, and that is the emotion of presence. So the motion of presence becomes another manifestation point. And the form artifact of this presence is energy and motion. And so that's what we have to understand. And when we look at everything around us, it's all an illusion. We're constantly making nebulous references. And the reason we're making nebulous references is because of the limits of our knowledge. So as we go through life with this noble pursuit of happiness, we find that man has never launched a rocket into outer space, because everything that we've identified so far has been everything but outer space. So we're having some kind of problems here. And so with the plasma science, we're now putting a different spin, if you will, on the understanding of energy and motion. So we find that PM ticks are the magnetical feeding, and the magrad is the gravitational feedback. And so there's always an interaction between the magnetical and gravitational fields. And what facilitates this feeding and feedback is, first of all, the principal matter, transition matter, and convergence matter. And then the next question is, compared to what? Where is the relationship? And once we identify that relationship, then we have a field interaction, which we call inertia. And so this is the way to very basically explain the magnetical field forces of attraction and repulsion. We call them gravitational and magnetical, which is basically a feeding and a feedback. And this is constantly going on, because through the process of creation and decay, there's the constant release of PM ticks. So we see how not only the neutron is formed, but how the atom is formed in the electron-proton combination. And so every time when these forces come together, there's some kind of creation. And so to identify that creation, then we also have to create a boundary. And so that is the plasma barrier, the boundary creation. But when we understand that boundary, how do we pinpoint it? Because when we look in the GANS, and this is a GANS of the bottle, and there's this hole in the middle. And so where exactly is the boundary between that hole and the GANS? You could kind of draw a nebulous line, but that would be some nebulous point. And so there is something there, but we can't see it. And in fact, it's transparent because we can see right through it. And so this is the gateway to the new knowledge. And so our understanding and our limitation is what we have to compensate for. That compensation is this fudge factor, to understand how the difference between decay and creation, but plasma energy is a two-way street. There is decay and creation on the other side as well, because the Earth does not have any garbage. And we didn't come to the garbage dump. And we are not garbage. We are man space. And our point of man space is within the man space field. And so the characteristics of the man space are the same characteristics of the moon, the earth, the planets, the sun, and the solar system. And so we have a plasmatic manifestation and a physical manifestation. And so we have an interaction between the feeding radiance of the inner space spectrum and the feedback radiance of the inner space spectrum. And so when we don't know where outer space is, we don't know where inner space is either. What we do know is that the PM ticks are emitted out of the x-axis and are absorbed through the y-axis, but they also follow a rotating field, and they are therefore emitted and absorbed at light speed. But we didn't say which speed. So what we did say is that we have two rotating hemispheres on Earth coming together, bound at the equator. And then we look at the Earth, it only rotates one way, because the moon comes up at a certain time, and then the sun comes up at a certain time, and then sometimes we see the planets in the sky. But obviously our influence extends beyond the magnetosphere, and we are within this magnetosphere at this point in time. So we're caught in between somehow, and it's a bit of a pinch, isn't it? Because we're stuck in this inner space somewhere. We don't really know where that is, but here's what we do know. We know that there's a plasmatic spectrum and a physicality spectrum, and there's a bond between the two. And so when we look at our existence, we find that it is also part of the solar system space. And where in this solar system are we? Well, we happen to be on Earth space. But where on Earth space? Earth space is a pretty big space. And this I know, all the panelists on this meeting are in that space. And that space is specific to you. So that's your space. That's not my space. So somehow this nebulous point becomes very specific. And so we have the capability of moving within this Earth space. Well, if we have the capability of moving within this Earth space, then we certainly have the capability of moving within the solar system space. And so we find that there's a soul sequencing on how this is done. And so we find the soul of the sun plus the soul of the earth is what attracts the soul of the man in the first place. Now that we have the soul of the man, it can interact with the soul of the earth and attract the soul of the body. And so now that we have the soul of the body, it can interact with the soul of the earth, but then something different happens. We have the possibility to physically manifest into a body. So this is the default pathway to our manifestation. And so what we're trying to explain is these soul of earth relationships. And so our regular science really understands the physicality. Well, but do they? Because we keep talking about going into outer space, and we find that we have not been able to pinpoint outer space today. What we have been able to identify is that the earth has a body, and that body extends beyond the magnetosphere. Well, how does it do that if the body is only physical? Is it also emotional, or is it plasmatic? And so this is what we're exploring right now, because we find we have limitations. And so how do we transcend these limitations? And what are the limitations? And those limitations are in our understanding of nuclear science. And so we find that the missing ingredient is to understand how the universe works. And so the universe brings life, and life wants to live. And if life wants to live, then it's always creation. And so there's a responsibility, which is manifest in our morality, our compassion, and our courage to create. And so when we look at the garbage that we create, we don't have to fight over and say, well, this is not my garbage, and that garbage is over there, and I'm going to take my garbage and throw it away. What we have to say is there is a debate between peace and prosperity against war and poverty. And as intelligent human beings, and we're just going to accept that, aren't we? As intelligent human beings, I don't understand why there is a debate, because there is an emotion that is attached to this debate. And so that becomes an emotion energy manifestation. And somehow this gate is locked, and we need to unlock this gate. For some reason, some people seem to debate the benefits of peace and war. And what we really need to understand is the difference between the physical matter state and the plasmatic matter state. This becomes the importance of understanding the matter plasma spectrum between feeding and the feedback. And so our peaceful boundaries are limited by man-made laws. What we have to understand is our unlimited universal role. Because the universe was created with these rules. The universe exists from energy. Energy is always in motion, and it's always things are in combination. We just have to identify what these combinations are. So the only thing that we've really been able to identify today is the various spaces, none of which are outer space, because what we always seem to do is identify what we're not. And that's because all we see is the reflection. We don't see the emission fields. Have you ever seen a 1 meter tall dandelion and look at the scrawny stem that's holding this dandelion? You could almost say that it's gravity defying, 1 meter tall. pretty tall dandelion. Speaking of lions, we know that some lions may have been vandalized. And as we say, never look a gift sphinx in the mouth. Or is it never look a gift Trojan horse in the mouth? I don't know. History seems to repeat itself all the time. And unfortunately, it only repeats the boundaries of our thoughts. You see, the energy is always being fed to us. It's always coming. And it always has a charge. It's not something that we can store. It's something that we can receive. And we receive it on demand when we need it, as much as we need. That is the indomitable spirit of the default soul pack. And so we find that when we're concerned about where we launch from, that's not me. And where we're going to land, well, that's not me. What's me is what's in between. It's not the launch point or the landing point. It's me, the traveler. And so when we're defining plasma, we understand that there's different kinds of energy states. And when you're given those 30 seconds to explain to a newcomer, what is plasma? Well, it's understanding our limits of Earth space. And it's a very important thing because we come to an existential crisis where we continue to feed and then feed back and exhaust our emotional energy. All this is part of the energy manifestation. And so the way we're doing it on Earth space is in a binding way. Well, things are changing. Things are changing. So when we're talking about gifts, we want to give a gift to the U.S. military division feedback enhancement units to recover from PTSD. What is holding us back? So what we're offering is not only soul enhancement or spirit enhancement, but the enhancement of the emotional energy. And this is a feedback modification, which defaults to our original pathway to our refugium, our place of peace, heaven on earth. And somehow we can materialize and dematerialize using this new technology. And so in this nebulous space, the nebulous science can meet the nebulous soul of man for that nebulous peace. Because the universe understands this relationship. It's our scientific community that is having trouble with it. And our spiritual scientific community is also having trouble with it. So this affects the rate of change. And so with the plasma science, we're trying to add to this knowledge so that we understand these field relationships, that they don't need to be adversarial. We can't just look at our Earth space. As we say, our Earth space is our nano state. We have to look at the gap, the nano gap, that inner space. This is where science meets the soul of man for peace. Not only because all we really want to go is go back to normal, but normal is not a place that you can just show on a map. Freedom and emancipation, as is done in the universe, is what is normal. And so our existential crisis defaults to the harvest of plasma energy of the plasma universe. And it's interesting, within our Earth space, we have been able to create a refugium dome, this peace dome that connects within the Earth space. We're still not in outer space. We have no proof of outer space. We only have proof of moon space, planet space, sun space, and those nebulous in-between spaces. But we do have proof of a preference and sentimentality to our planet. And that proof is that you were born. And along with that proof that you were born, you see that you were born using their system being the universal community system, not man's system with rocket ships. And when we launch from our Earth, we hope that it's part of a round trip so that we can come back and land on Earth. But is it possible that we have landed on Earth from another launch point? And so what we really need to do is, we're only halfway through a round trip. We want to complete the other half of the round trip and go back to our launch point. It's possible that our reference of Earth being a launch point is actually a landing point. And so we're not exactly sure. We just have this nebulous point of susceptibility. And so we end up that we're pursuing problems. And the reason we're pursuing these problems is in the absence of a solution, because we don't see it. And so a good detective knows that the evidence is in the absence of evidence. So our pursuit of problems are kind of limited to Earth space, because Earth space is also having a problem. It doesn't know where outer space is. So if it doesn't know where outer space is, then we have an absence of the inner space, right? You can't have outer space if you don't have inner space. But the problem with outer space is we don't even know where outer space is. So it sounds like a very nebulous point, but that is the point. The point is that before June the 6th, man never went into outer space with a rocket ship. Now we have choices. Now we have different manifestation points: Earth space, inner space, and outer space. And so our understanding and our explanation, each to his own, and each to his own capability and understanding, brings forth the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. We are calling all Earth space patriots. There's a World Peace Treaty. Sign it. Sign it with a pen. Display it. Sign it with your heart. Mean it. And sign it with your soul. Transcending man's limitations, because Earth has no boundaries. Plasma science has no limitations. We're looking for the physical and emotional transformation of our earthbound reality to transmutate from the transparency point to the manifestation point, whatever that point would be, because the universal community has a universal refugium. And so we have to relearn this universal language of freedom. We call it the inner space relearning man-made boundaries of thought. This is why the plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the outer space age. That's the end of the lesson. Thank you all for allowing me to present.
Thank you, Alex, again, for sharing so many things that probably went over our head or under our feet. But I'm sure some of the knowledge seekers and some of the other guests here have some questions for you. I noticed there's someone here, Larry. You don't have a microphone, but we welcome you. If you had a microphone, we'd ask you to, maybe you've been a knowledge seeker for many years, I don't know, but I don't remember seeing your name. We usually just ask you to say hello and where you're from. We welcome you. So while Alex warms his tea, or makes a new cup of tea, I'd like to read something. You mentioned lions, Alex, and a few other things that I thought were interesting. I'd like to read 3 paragraphs from book 3, which is The Origin of the Universe. Of course, these books can be found on Amazon, or a hard copy, I believe, or the electronic version. So this is just before chapter 9, and this is chapter 8. Thus, the universe is ruled by peace and justice, and the ones who have the habit, like the blue blood from the blue planet, will soon be shown that unless unity takes over the thoughts of the creatures of this planet, they shall be, and I think the word is taught, but it says thought, they shall be taught such a lesson that they will soon give in and follow the rules of the universe and not the old habits of feeble man. It should not be forgotten that the everlasting inhabitant of the universe has attained knowledge that can wipe out any type of life from the universe. Thus, peace in the universal order is not due to the weakness of its inhabitants, but to their strength in being able to see any short-sightedness from the newly joined members of the universal community, so that they cannot and shall not be allowed to, or even think they can carry on with their old habits of war and division and injustice and exploitation of the other inhabitants of the universe, as they have become accustomed to do on the blue planet. The laws of the universe shall be in the hand of the land of the lion, as its inhabitants have been gracious and just. And as has been promised, the knowledge of the universe shall come from the land of the lion and the sun, where it will shine upon the rest of humanity in equal measure and with true powers of grace and justice. This has been the command of the created and shall be attained. Oh, I never heard that. Shall come from the land of the lion and the sun. Is he referring to earth and the soul? I am not exactly sure there, but that's some interesting, and that's again from the end of chapter of book number 3 at the end of chapter 8. And the book is called The Origin of the Universe, book number 3.
It's interesting. Hello, Mark.
Oh, Khalid.
Yes. In the 8th month, August, is also the month of the Leo, is the lion. And these days the astrologers call this the Lion's Gate today and from tomorrow.
Okay.
So that's also some.
Yeah, I noticed Alex had mentioned the lion and so on, and this is what we're trying to do. I know we're trying to get the lion and the lamb to sleep in the same nest, being the physicality or the soul of physicality, to lay down with the soul of the man and work out this sort of working together better than we have. So, and that's talked about in the holy books, when the one to unify the nations and the languages will come, the lion and the lamb will sleep in the same nest. And we hear that in one of the bumpers, I think, as well, where the Christians will pray in the mosque and so on and so forth, and not in the name of religion, but in the name of their souls. Is your tea warmed up, Alex? Are you ready to hit the pitch running, as they say.
Still present.
Great. Anyone would like to ask a question or bring up a topic? Unless you're all here for the ride. Now, you mentioned the sun being the oh, go ahead. Did I hear a mic open?
Yes, but please go ahead first, Mark.
No, go. I insist you go first.
Well, it's sort of a new topic, and that's because I recently heard about the soul of the plasma. And I was wondering if that's the same thing as the fundamental field, the initial fundamental plasma field. If someone knows this, of course, if it's a topic for right now.
Again, could you repeat that, just so we could have a clear understanding of your question, Kelly?
I recently heard about the soul of the plasma, and I was trying to find out exactly how to position about this. And I was wondering if the soul of the plasma is the same thing as the initial fundamental fields.
Or the principal matter?
Yes, the principal fields.
Go ahead, Alex. I think you're ready to address that.
So the thing is, your supposition is correct. However, it is a coexistence. It is a co-emission, because each of us has that soul. And now through the new teaching, we find that each atomic structure has a soul. So if we look at the periodic table of elements, and we find that we have a series of electron-proton combinations and neutrons as well, and each of these also has a soul. So what we need to pinpoint is not the individual soul. We have to look at the interaction of the individual souls. Because when you look at our Earth, we have over 7 billion souls on this planet, each of which is their own man space. And in their man space, we have over 70 trillion cells, and each of those have their own cell space. And within that cell space, they have a cell soul. So what we're really referring to is a coexistence, as opposed to saying the definitive point. Because you see, the energy is always in motion. So that energy of the creator is shared with us. And our souls share our energy with the creator. And so what you are creating needs to be well thought out, because you end up being the product of your own thoughts. And once we understand that, then we can break down the boundaries of our thoughts and understand that these so-called boundaries are actually only man-made. They're not universe-made. This is a really, really key point. So your observation is spot on. It's a very good point, and thank you very much.
Thank you indeed for your explanation. Thank you a lot.
Anyone else have something they'd like to add at this point?
Hi, Mark.
Oh, yes, Nikolai. Glad to hear.
How are
from
you, everybody? Nice to be with you today. Thank you for the lesson, as usual, Alex. And I had something to share, which I could have brought up earlier, I suppose. It was after Rick's workshop on when Mr. Keshe came in and did his magic, so to speak. I had a very interesting experience. I was not there live in the class when the whole procedure happened. I was in bed. It's usually late night for me. And I had a little whisper in my ear. My soul spoke to me and said, charge your phone or plug your phone in. And I didn't. And so my phone died as maybe half an hour or 45 minutes into Rick's class. And that night I went and visited an old friend and resolved whatever the soul's agreement was to resolve. And about a week went by, and the very next day, in fact, actually, I went and reached out to that friend on Facebook and tried to connect with them again and just said, hey, you showed up in my dream. It was peculiar and I hope you're well. And I found out later that this was a note for myself because I had apparently gone on this soul travel experience as well without any physicality, hearing anything, without the guidance. And none of my other dreams in the previous days or the ones afterwards were remotely close to that experience. So I just wanted to share that data with all of you and with Mr. Keshe, if you're still here. It's very interesting how this works without the cell phone, without the headphones, just as an intent to be there. And I didn't even know the experiment was happening. So I thought I'd like to share that. And
did you recall the time?
The time?
Yes.
How do you mean? Do I recall the experience?
Arizona time, is that the time you were on?
Yeah, so it would have been, I would have fallen asleep about an hour. I think I listened to Rick and some of the people in his group chat for about an hour, and I think Mr. Keshe came in about 2 hours from the beginning, something like that. So it was into my sleep phase.
So what would you say? 2 a.m.?
Hard to tell. I mean, I know Rick's class starts around 10 my time, so I think somewhere between midnight and 2 in the morning, something like that.
I'm just asking because my similar feeling was around 4 Eastern Standard Time.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. That could be
maybe 5:15, 5:30 Eastern Standard Time, something along that line. He popped up.
Yeah, so it would have been in the middle of
a
my
little earlier,
time,
but then
who
he
knows?
said, would you like to try something? I'd like to try something. So he popped up a little bit earlier than that, I think, and then we asked a few questions or something. And then he said he'd like to try something.
Yeah, I went back and listened again to the group, I think about a week later after I found out what had occurred. And it felt like there was an imprint left in the participants, but that there was some kind of primary field missing. Yeah. So I went and tuned back in, and it felt like what I was feeling in my state when I listened to it. It honestly felt like I was picking up on the residual of what was left in the participants, but that the primary field was no longer there.
Right. I thought you were going to say originally that you listened to it and had the same interaction. And if a trace of the soul or the soul of the system that he linked us to was still embedded in that, workshop, which I think it is.
In a way, I think it is as well. But I have a feeling that there's something that was not picked up by the, I guess you can call it the matter state microphones and so on and so forth in that recording. But it felt like it was, it was an interesting experience going back and listening to it again. But the dream that I had of my friend was someone who hadn't thought about in 15 years. So it was very interesting. So yeah, I just wanted to share that data with anyone, and I thought it's very interesting. I've been creating some things here in Arizona and giving them to some of the community. And one of the things that I created was these little handheld devices that are essentially nano-coated copper tubes with dipped into different GANs materials and then clear coated so that you're not touching the nanomaterial. And I gave these wands, so to speak, to a few people just to hold and see if they had anything. And one friend, this would have been about 5 days or 4 days later after Rick's group. And I gave a friend these two things to hold on to. And she said she went into meditation, 10 minutes before bed and held these. And her and her partner's dream states were synced. Everything that she was experiencing, he was experiencing the same, but with his people, so to speak. So what she explained to me was that she was introducing her current partner to her first boyfriend ever. And her current partner was doing exactly the same thing to her with his first girlfriend ever. And this paralleled throughout the rest of their experience. And when she shared that with me, I thought, that is so similar to the experience that I had. I was a little bit surprised. And so I'm realizing that these fields are far bigger and expanding far further than we think into people who are not even knowledge seekers, barely exposed to this technology, and it's still having an effect.
Well, I'm glad you didn't ask me to explain that for you. It sounds like you already have the understanding of, in a way, I know we're just scratching the surface of this knowledge and there's so much, much more. But you've got a clear grasp of it, I think, or part of it.
I'm just playing, Mark. That's all I can say I'm doing, is enjoying it and sharing what I can with those who are there to receive it. But thanks for letting me share and participate today.
Yes, I think Azar is coming in. She may like to share something. I know she just put something in the Telegram and I didn't want to click on it because I thought it may start playing or something. Azar Jean?
Hi, yes.
Is there something you'd like to share? I noticed you just made a post in the Telegram. I didn't click on it though. Is that something you'd like me to bring up?
No, it's just something, is a video of Iran, and the guy who's singing is talking about love, and we call it meh, means it comes from the same thing like love. There's many words in Farsi that I think I don't know how to translate it to English. So it's a beautiful places in Iran historically that shows here. Took a film of those historic places. Some of them are thousands of years old, many thousand years old, and is a history of where Iran started at the time of Mithra.
There was a question brought up in the last workshop about teeth and so on. I don't know if you've ever seen or had any experiences about growing. I know Mr. Keshe didn't go into much detail. He had given some things and other teachings, but he said you had to get to the root of it. I don't know if you make house calls or anything like that, or as you get older, I guess teeth fall out or they decay. And I have a few vacancies myself, but I had thought even that I wanted to grow my teeth back even before the Keshe Foundation, and I said I could do that. They haven't appeared yet. But then when I found out about eating less or absorbing, I said, what do I need the teeth for other than maybe a perfect smile or a better looking smile? Any comments on teeth?
Okay, with the teeth, in reality, is your teeth is not supposed to decay, and if you understand it, there's no decay. I mean, you get decayed because there was a dentist who did a research a while ago. He's dead, but he went to all the Aborigines societies, in the tribes all around the world. He traveled a lot, and then he documented and he looked at all these places, people's teeth. And actually he came back to US and he created something called Western Enterprise Foundation, which actually connected to all the local farms, especially the farms that strictly they live on the land. Part of it is in Pennsylvania, Amish country, that they don't use any electricity. They still ride buggies and donkeys and horses. So, so what he found out, these places, they practically had no cavities, and they didn't have crooked teeth that these days, every single person you see, for one reason or another, we just put braces on them or do Invisalign, because it seems like everybody got crooked teeth or not even teeth. Then, so what happened, if look at most people in the past, what they did, they didn't understand about teeth. Right now, if you look at each single person, if you just simply know how to take care of it, you don't have to have a decay. It's not necessary. But also there's a culture created after cavity. This culture created dentists. Actually, they got bigger, just like the medical system became a gigantic system that they create things out of to create job and money. Because there's a lot of things that they say we don't need to do it anymore, and we still do it. And then it got some stuff even got bigger, like Invisalign, which is a kind of a replacement of braces, that is amazing. It actually blew my mind that some doctors come and lecture, like for example, if your teeth are not supposed to be in a certain way, like because you can actually talk anybody with whatever kind of teeth they have buy into Invisalign and make $1,000 a pop, a person. So it's not is going out of hand. And then, I mean, in terms of plasma technology in dentistry, I mean, I did a couple of things, but I got stuck in the middle of it because a patient didn't have compliance, and then I just didn't want to. I had two things. One was when I brought it to certain patient, but they had some issues in terms of the bone or gum or the teeth themselves. They wanted me to show them a study is done, and they walk into something that is predictable, which I didn't have such a thing that offered them. The second thing was, as I said, I tried on a couple of people, didn't have compliance. And then what I'm doing now, I'm not really doing much in terms of that, but one thing I'm trying to do, is not about the teeth, is about how to create a device that I can use that device and that don't have to give anesthesia to the patient to work on them. So it means instead of the injection given to the patient, either localized or give them a mandibular block or whatever, you just give them the device. They can put it, I don't know, in the, you can even, I don't know how to even come up with a style, put it on the mandible or somehow around the jaw, that when the device is activated or placed in, the nerve, I mean, those nerves in the mandible and maxilla, the field create a field that when you go in and work on a teeth or a gum or do a surgery, they shouldn't feel anything. And then when you remove it, immediately all the feeling comes back. But I'm not really, I don't have anything right now that I can show that it works or not.
It is an interesting profession, I know. When they do a root canal, I think they're the only profession that can leave dead tissue or create the death of the root and leave it within the structure of the physicality, and it's legal.
Yeah, you know, and actually root canal, as you said, there is a lot of, actually there's like 50-50. Some doctors are against it, but then, as I said, because we have so many root canal specialists and universities who do training for them, if we come up, ADA comes out and says, okay, root canal is bad for you, suddenly you have to get rid of all these universities and the people who actually make a living out of root canal specialists. Like if you go to Europe, because I did part of my study in a Panama University in Copenhagen, in Europe, they don't have such a thing like the US, because US, like even my instructors, the doctors who are my trainer in Panama University, we weren't allowed to call them doctor. We call them by their name, like Lune, whatever. But the only time you got to call them doctor when they had a PhD. And then they had only two things. They had the doctor, I mean, the general dentist, actually they call it doctor, but they didn't have like root canal specialist. They had a pedodontic, which is the doctor for children, and they had prosthodontic, which has to do with people who lose their teeth. But the rest of it was under the banner of a dentist, either root canal or perio or like gum. Like in US, we have a lot of specialty, and that they don't have it in Europe. So it's more money oriented in US than in Europe. And also in Europe, you have all the people in Europe, they have access to dentists as a prevention for free, but in US, you have to pay for it.
Yes, I know with myself, I had a number of cavities filled when I was a child, and they filled them with the amalgam, which is the mercury and the tin, which they used to have to keep underwater in the dentist's office because of the off-gassing situation that wasn't healthy. And then there was a show on television where they had the person chew, and then they put a sensor in their mouth, and if it was a building, they would have it would have been condemned because of the mercury off-gassing. So I had it drilled out. I'm sure you're familiar with that procedure, and then filled in with a plastic. But of course, that made the wall of the tooth much thinner and subject to fatigue or cracking, and that was my issue with it. But again, what are the teeth for? A beautiful smile, and to what? Emasticate?
But you know, but you know, if you look at the Chinese medicine, if you study that, each tooth is actually goes back to an organ in the body. For example, when a person has a toothache, say on the wisdom teeth or the second molar, you know, this is related. For example, if somebody start to have some chest pain, or coughing, and then they have the lung issue, and actually they related to that tooth. Actually, when you remove that tooth, the issue goes away. Because I had a patient, he was very heavy set, and I usually didn't do wisdom teeth extraction on big guys, especially on African American, they have really very dense bone and very really strong bone. So extraction of any tooth, I refuse to do it because I have to be on top of them. Like it's very, I mean, hard for me. So this guy came in and he was on an emergency, and I think it was a Sunday, and I had to do it by myself because my oral surgeon wasn't working on Sunday. So, and he said, I have to get this tooth out. And then anyway, I had to do it and I did it. And after it was done, he was so amazed that he had some health issue. After that, he called me and he said, all my problem is gone is because of that tooth was the cause of it. So I really don't know the extent of how having teeth in the mouth is important with the organ, the rest of the organ, because we know the heart and the lung has the soul, but the soul is the part of the not the physical part, but the digestive system. And maybe in time, when it goes away, because we don't need to eat, because that's part of physicality. And I don't know about the reproductive system, but then how the teeth gonna disappear because the organ, because if the teeth are related to, say, all the digestive tract, like for example, to the kidney, liver, large intestine, whatever, then the teeth has to go because the digestive system has gone and the mouth has to go. So we're gonna be without mouth or digestive system. That's what I kind of think about it that way.
Yes, I remember the foot and seeing all the different points on the foot that relate to different organs, and they look for tight spots or knots in those areas, and that's usually connected to a certain, I think, I can't think of what it's called, but it's not acupressure, but something along that line. There's a whole study of it, and all these different parts on the toes and the foot that are also connected, as they say, to different parts. But we know someone who's going to be able to speak more openly on these subjects in the very near future, but not yet. I think it's after the 7th, but I'm not sure if it's 5 days after last Thursday or what. So we'll probably have some new knowledge being opened up in this area, hopefully. Well, thank you for sharing, Azar.
No problem. If I can do anything, as always, you can ask. No problem. Thank you.
Do you make house calls in Europe?
How's are you? Where are you
Thomas,
located?
Thomas, I'm in Connecticut, but Thomas was looking.
Oh, so you're
for something.
you're not that far from me then.
No, not at all.
You're in Connecticut. It's just
70
maybe.
miles, yeah.
Yeah, it's not. It's not. Which part in Connecticut?
In Bridgeport.
Oh, Bridgeport. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Fairfield.
Yeah, I've been to. Yeah, I have family in Bridgeport.
Sounds
yes.
more exclusive.
Yeah.
Back to the moon, Alex. You know, there were some ancient stories. I think I might have brought this up before, and I think in the private teachings, Mr. Keshe said the interaction of the moon and the sun created the earth in a way. Other times he said that, you know, the interaction of the sun with the fields of itself created the earth. But in some of the ancient stories, they reported never seeing a moon. We know the moon is still created out of fields, even if it's in the matter state. Could that moon have been brought here for a specific purpose? Maybe Mitra had ordered it to keep our planet in some sort of balance, or was this just an old tale that was told? But some accounts that I had read that they had never seen a moon in the sky until it actually appeared there. And so we know apparently it's been reported as being hollow. Could it be an outpost? Any comments on the moon per se? Since that was, is it the electron around the Earth? Or is it 2 electrons around the sun being the proton? Any thoughts on that?
So I think this picture pretty well sums up my thoughts on that. We could say that the moon is a satellite of the Earth. And this was brought up, I think, on Thursday too, that there's an electron-proton relationship there. And we only have one moon. And so Mars doesn't have a moon. So when we look at the mass of the Earth and the moon in the combination, we find that the Earth is much bigger. Well, not much bigger, but it is bigger than Mars. And so that becomes an anomaly, because when we look at the when we look at the series of the planets, we find that Mercury is smaller than Venus, and Venus is smaller than the Earth. So we could say as it becomes more gravitational, then the density increases, and so thereby the physicality in terms of its diameter becomes reduced. But we have an anomaly where the Earth's diameter falls out of the sequence, where we now are say bigger than Mars. And so it could be that the moon is doing that, but actually there's another aspect to it, and that is the amount of water that we have. So we find that the water doesn't compress, and that's why we have hydraulic pressures. But that would account for the fact that the Earth would be bigger. And this would be consistent, because when we look at Jupiter and Saturn and the other planets, we see that these are gaseous planets. So when we look at the relationship between solid, liquid, and gas, we find that the higher the energy, the bigger the field. So the gas is bigger than the liquid, and the liquid is bigger than the solid, except for the fact that in the case of ice, ice is the only solid that is bigger than in its liquid state. But having said that, we're just talking about the relationship of what these other planets. So now it's interesting that these other planets have more moons than the Earth. And so when we look at and say that the moon is a satellite, and we find that when we look at the structure of the orbitals around an atom, we have more electrons on the same orbital. And so this would kind of explain how things are with respect to, say, Jupiter and Saturn and Uranus and Neptune. But when we look at the planets and how they orbit around the sun, we can't say really in that regard that these planets are satellites of the sun, because there's only one satellite on each orbit. But maybe there is a reason for this difference, and that difference is not obvious. I'm just pointing out the differences, and that's all I can comment on at this point.
Yes, he went into a little bit, Mr. Keshe went into that a little bit in a recent teaching with the putting the spin on the plasma. Why do some planets have 12 moons and some have one moon, and different angles and so on and so forth? So this is a bigger understanding of the plasma science, where you can take one thing and transmute it into something else, or attract other things to create these different gradients of the same element, perhaps. Different number.
Actually, so that's correct. So this is what I'm trying to say, is that we now have a foundation for discussion, because when our knowledge is sent down the right path, then instead of coming and say, well, I don't know, or is it in the what does the Bible say? These are the type of references that we've kind of always dumbed down to. But what we need to do is to understand the magnetical gravitational relationships of everything, and then understand that there's a maturation process. So what does that mean? we created the cup of life, and we started with the physical state, and then we eventually created the GAN state. So there is a process, and it continued. So this exchange of energy is an ongoing basis. And we, as man space, don't have enough of what it takes to take everything into account. And we don't have enough wherewithal to be able to dictate those terms. And this is a good thing because, you know, we're talking to a certain number on this panel, but there's over 70 trillion cells in my body, and I can't control that. And you have over 70 trillion in your body, and I definitely can't control that. So, you know, there's a lot of reference points. And so we have to be, you know, selective in what we give our time and attention to. So there's some things that we have to take for granted, but we only take it for granted insofar as saying, this is what I'm looking after in the physical state. So there is more. And that's the whole point of this discussion. If we're only looking at our Earth space, we are shortchanging our knowledge and shortchanging our experience. We are literally missing the rest of the production, which is the majority of the production.
Yes, this is the picture.
Oh, sorry, I had my mic closed. I said, thank you, Dr. Claudia. She put this into the Telegram. And I don't know how accurate it is, if it's accurate at all, or if there's a science. There's probably some sort of science behind it, but I would think, again, it's man science versus the universal knowledge. But there's probably some connections to build on here: the spleen, the stomach, the gallbladder, lungs, so on and so forth, the lower arch and the upper arch. So that is in the American Telegram group if you'd like to find out more.
And the Chinese are big in all this work, like acupuncture, and with the relationship of the body with the oral cavity or other, like your hands or your feet. It all goes back to China.
Right, and I know
they've done a lot of work.
In the Ayurvedic, in the Indian, they think everything is related to the health of the intestine. Here's the tooth for the small intestine. And I don't know if they have one here for the colon. Yes. So again, many different understandings of knowledge, not that, and there's no bad knowledge. I know we've been taught that we're open to all knowledges.
Actually, the Chinese medicine, Ayurvedic, which is from India, and also tradition of Iran medicine, the old one, they actually cured all the diversity of diseases that existed. Even if you go to India now, you still find people who, if you're blind, they can give you your eyesight because they use the old remedies of Ayurvedic and all sort of different things. And if you go back to even Indian Ayurvedic medicine, there are certain things, herbs and all those stuff, when you took them, it really effective, like 95 percentile in terms of efficacy. But then when we come, what they did when India, when British went there, what they did, they kind of banned the Ayurvedic because they brought their own medicine then. So after that, it came back. But now, what is happening? If you look at how everything is working, the Chinese, the Indian medicine now is very is everywhere in US, in Europe. But what has happened, because the way they grow the herbs and everything, it doesn't have the efficacy that had in the past. Like it can be between 45, 50%. So it doesn't work. Like it produced mass production, because in the old time, when you went to the land, people went to the land, and with the love of their heart, they put the seed in the ground, and they watch over the seed and the water, they give it manure, and they let it grow. And they went with their hand, and the hand just picked the flowers, the seed, and roots, everything. And they came home and they cleaned it with their hand, they grind it, and everything was done with so much love. And that's why the herb has a higher efficacy. But now you go into the land, you put the seed in the ground with the machine, then you do the production with the machine, you send it to factory, the machine make the pill, and you just take it like mechanistically. So it's no, we took away the only ingredients that was in this process was the love of everything, the land, the water, the man, the animal, everything we took away from it. So what we end up with? We end up with nothing.
Well, you know, there's a lot to say for that, of course. We know that the emotions of the cook go into the cooking process, let's say. And so if the chef is angry, your meal may not taste as good. But Mr. Keshe had mentioned some time ago that he was invited to have a meal that was made, I think, by a robot. And he said it was surprisingly delightful. So maybe the builders of the robot had their emotions built in there, and it wasn't made with any human hands or any human love and attention, but it was still quite delightful. So I think we still have a lot to understand, and we're on this road of understanding. Many, many steps, thousands of steps, probably many more dimensions as well, besides the so many steps in each dimension. I'll just take that off the screen. Thank you, Dr. Claudia. And thank you, Azar, for commenting on that. Would someone else like to raise a point or a question for our discussion here today? I know I'm going to leave some time. Let's see. Amir, your camera is on. We can all see you. If you want us to, just leave it on. Are you new to our group? Or are you a knowledge seeker from another area of the world that we're not familiar with? Hello, friend. All right, I'm not sure if Amir has a...
Hello, greetings, good day, everybody.
A little louder, come closer for us, come closer.
I just got connected with that and was invited.
A little louder.
My beautiful brother and friend, Michael Reed. And I was very happy to be here. And really good to be here. Thank you.
Have you been around the Keshe Foundation?
Watching you.
Have you been a knowledge seeker for a long time? All right. I don't know if he heard me.
Well, I'm looking now and connecting on that in more.
Yeah, I don't think the connection is stable. Well, we welcome you. Okay, I think he might have, he'll probably rejoin. Yes, he's back. You're not coming through, at this point. We'd love to hear what you're sharing with us.
Well, I see that, as I say, it's not personal because I see that the Wi-Fi connection here is not flowing the best. On and off, I've been.
I was just going to ask him, what country is he from?
What I'm saying is that the Wi-Fi connection is not the highest here, and not sure if you can hear me. But I'm doing it in a general way. I'm a creator, explorer, and nothing attached personally to Keshe Foundation, but more in a universal global way that we are connecting with, of creating the new earth, and more than that, in a very, very high deep vibrational way, using all the methods and all the lines that we have here on the planet today, and using that to create the highest good. Now, again, I'm just observing now. It's new for me, so I'm learning and looking at that. So I hope this message went through. Thank you and many blessings.
Yeah. It sounds like your wish is to see peace on this planet.
Well, I'm creating peace on the planet. I am peace on the planet myself, and as one, as I am, as a whole collective, it's already more than that. But it's more than that. The idea is to really look into true information and true knowledge that is effective and working down to earth, and really bringing it to manifestation and using it to the highest good of all beings. The new technologies are washing the planet from everywhere now, and there is a lot of incredible, exciting technologies, many levels. Keshe brings some great. There's also lots of nano energy now that work with tiny robots that can kill diseases. There is, of course, all the amazing. We have plasma energy is the key for sure, and there's a lot of new and clean energy that comes today now using magnets. It's going to get stronger. Lots of energy that's going to be also producing from geothermal heat from under the earth. That's going to come soon, especially when we are approaching a mini ice age very soon in few years. We're going to go for 30 years of mini ice age, and we will need a lot of energy and heat, and that's already there. The technology is there. We're going to use a geothermal energy, and that's going to be amazing. And of course, we have that and all the other energies that are there. But of course, what's really important from my experience and my observation is the power of consciousness and how we create everything with our consciousness. And that, I believe, is the key and will be the key for creating the most benevolent.
Okay. Are you from the Emirates or Kuwait? Where are you located, Amir? All right. I think he's got a.
Was cut off by the Wi-Fi. I'm back, but I'll just say close that is. I really believe that working with consciousness will be the most benevolent way to co-create here heaven on earth, and it's coming. It's already here, and it's exciting. Okay.
Where are you from?
Where are you from? Well, I'm from the here and now, from source, like always, as I say. The space to being the truth. Now, internet is coming out. I'm speaking from Mexico now, physical level.
Okay.
That's Mexico. Yes, but then the internet is on and off. There is a lots of cutting and stuff. But I hope that what I said went through.
Yes, much of it went through.
Could you hear me? Because I'm speaking from an outside speaker,
Mhm.
and also the microphone, the Wi-Fi here is really it's cutting off. It can be cut any moment.
Well, I think Mr. Keshe has taken us past geothermal. I hope you look at the energy blueprint workshops.
Okay, I heard some of it. That sounds great because geothermal will be a way that we definitely going to use it. We're going to harvest a lot of energy from the under the earth. It's not hard to do at all. So it's pretty easy. It's all here. We already have it. You know,
Beautiful.
5 miles under the earth, and we get everything that we have. Clean energy. There's a lot in a beautiful way that keep the circle of life amazing. And that is coming. We're going to have that. And also magnets. Remember that what I'm telling you guys. Magnets going to go strong in just by the simple concept of push and pull. You know, when you take two magnets and put the same pole one in front of the other, they push each other very powerfully. So easily you can create engines and everything that runs like that. Push and pull, no need to charge batteries, no need to replace batteries. It goes forever. It goes forever, clean, and it's amazing. That's
So-
gonna come in too. So, but like I'm saying again, the bottom line, eventually, what I see and believe, the most powerful thing that will actually work, the most efficient one eventually, is we'll be using our power of consciousness. And consciousness is the key that has the power. With a consciousness, you can create everything. And
You're
that's
the
starting to be
creator.
proved. And it's starting to be proved too down to earth. So eventually we'll get there. We're already there. But then getting the clean energies, which is inevitable on the planet, we already know it. It's the path. It's the way to there to have that and eventually we'll be coming out. Yeah. So exciting. That's what I have to share. I hope it's a blessing for everyone. And
Thank you.
beside that, I'm just a beginner. I'm a student. So I'm just here observing and watching. It's new for me. So,
We're all students.
Thank you
As
very
well
much.
as teachers.
Yes, yes.
And
Thank you very
hopefully
much.
you find the Keshe Foundation in Mexico. Liliana, if someone, John, if you're able to hear me, could you put the link in the chat for Amir? I don't know how long he's going to be in Mexico, or Anna?
I'm here, Mark.
Just a moment.
Hola, Mark.
We have a guest from Mexico, Amir. And we'd like you to put the link to join the Keshe Knowledge Team in Mexico
Okay.
in the
Claro
chat.
que sí. Go. Yes, yes.
Gracias.
Yeah, M1 with tours, but yes, I'm currently visiting. That's correct.
How did you find us, Amir?
That's wonderful. I'm glad that there is connection to that, and by feeling and receiving the lovely stage to speak like that, it shows me that there's something to look at your action. It shows me some kind of credibility. Like I said, I guess you didn't hear me because it was cutting off. I was just invited by my beautiful brother and friend, Micah Green.
Okay.
And that's why I just clicked. I felt fun and excitement. That's how I work with excitement. Then I clicked on the invitation for the Zoom.
Well, Mr. Keshe is with us. Most of us have asked Mr. Keshe a question or two. would you like to ask Mr. Keshe a question? Amir. Gosh, he sounds very nice, and it's too bad the connection is so poor. Maybe it'll strengthen. It will strengthen.
I have a question. Is it midnight yet in Europe?
Why is someone free at midnight?
Yeah, I believe it's August the 8th.
Right, which starts at midnight, right. But that's just for that area of speaking.
So not sure what happened, but the connection got off. Yeah, so, that's how I got here from my good brother Micah Green.
Great, thank you for sharing. Would you
Okay,
like
yes.
to?
And thank you, and I'm done speaking now. Yeah.
Amir, would you like to? Mr. Keshe is in the meeting. Would you like to ask Mr. Keshe a question?
Oh, really? Well, first of all, greeting and blessings to all the expression and children's and the appearance of God creations all over in all forms and aspects. So to do first that, I didn't came. I mean, it's a great blessing and honor, but I didn't come without any plan or any expectation or anything else, but just to sit back, to observe, to see and feel exactly
Beautiful.
what's going on.
Beautiful.
And maybe if I'll be lucky to learn something new and perceive something new. So therefore, I don't have any question, usually I just keep it like that, unless is there any way I can help with anything, anyone, including Mr. Keshe or everybody, everyone are equal in my eyes. So that could be it. That's the only question. Cannot
Well,
but
I
at the
hope you
moment,
find the
nothing
Mexican
special.
team.
Thank you. I appreciate that for acknowledging.
I hope you find the Mexican team.
Oh, well, not to run. I'm still seeing what it's all about and looking at that, having a clear observation without taking any stand or any.
Perfect.
I just I allow things to happen in the right way. I take my time. There is no rush and no forcing anything. It's all coming naturally. What's right, meant to be for the highest good of all beings, not alone a natural way, will happen. That's always like that. Work from me. So I have no ambitions for any special ambition for anything especially, but just to take a look at that, see and feel, and see how we can be a blessing to that. That all will serve the highest good of all beings. So that's all. Thank you.
Yes, as we know, our souls have brought us here, not so much our physicality are brought us together. I don't know if you heard that last one. Anyone else would like to? Fried said it's 11:17 in Europe. What does this mean, Fried? PM.
Yes, 11:17. Now it's 11:20. So PM. It's still Sunday.
Okay. It's not past your bedtime. Not that you have to get up. And I guess you were in Linz recently, and I don't know if you'd like to share anything or maybe save it for another time. We don't want to have prying eyes or ears.
Sorry. I was in the system almost 2 weeks ago. And that was a new system. I don't know how much I can share about it, but it has a different setup. And I was I was with my dear friend, and yeah, I brought an experience I had in 75, where I felt complete unity of everything. I wanted to share that with the system. That was my main offering, I would say.
Would you go back in the future?
I am connected now, so I am. And of course, very beautiful. We have all now 6 motions from the Netherlands, or Netherlands connected. So we stay in contact with each other. Some of them are also here. So that's very beautiful.
Yes, it won't be the Flying Dutchman, it'll be the Dutchmen that go places.
Yeah, the Flying Dutch. Yeah, right.
And there is such a large group in your area. I know Mr. Keshe has put in a lot of teaching and
oh, yes,
all over that area. So it's almost like seeds that are ready to sprout at the right time.
That's
And,
absolutely true.
I think you're going to be overwhelmed with knowledge seekers, let's say, that are so glad to come back when the time is right for them to come back.
Exactly, come back, yes. Many have hidden, were hidden now. So, yeah.
Very good. Did you give a testimonial? You said you did?
Yes, we gave together a testimonial. And we had a very nice exchange with Dean. So, yeah, we look forward to sharing that with the world.
Very nice. I know we haven't heard any testimonials for a few weeks. I don't know what the reason for that is. Maybe they need to get categorized or edited, or I'm not exactly sure, or reviewed. But they were very, very nice to hear the experiences of the people that went through the system. And again, the whole process starts when you leave, not so much when you enter, right? Isn't this what is being conveyed to us?
Yes, I think so, yes. And tomorrow in the testimonial, that would be a possibility maybe to present a few more testimonials.
Yes, Mr. Keshe had mentioned that the people that were in the reactor group 2 Wednesdays ago
I see.
could bring, and of course anyone from Linz who wants to share. And I want to say thank you to Micah for reaching out to Amir and inviting him into this group. And you're always welcome, Amir, anytime you feel like you'd like to join. It's every Sunday at 7 p.m. CEST or CET, depending on the time of year. Well, I'm going to...
Toda. I will say Toda, Shalom and blessings in Hebrew. That's my mother tongue language. So I just want to say Toda Rabba. Thank you very much, and Shalom and many blessings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, if I can take this opportunity, apparently there's a few new people here. Just a small update. We are doing flight simulation experiences, and it's actually not flying as we sometimes imagine. And just a small update that we're doing this. You can look on the website for more information, and if you have questions, you can ask them. This is we have all been invited by Mr. Keshe, so that we know. And that's what I wanted to say. This invitation is also for you, dear Amir, and everyone who's new. I thought Larry was, yes, welcome. So you're welcome.
Here is the store of the Keshe Foundation, where Mr. Keshe has released systems to elevate the soul of the man and to bring peace to the planet, not only to the man, but to every other creature on this planet, from the world leaders, the religious leaders, the plants, the animals, the ants, and the lions. And by creating these plasma systems, we'll be able to the more systems are manufactured and put into service, the faster this elevation process will go, as I understand it. So it's our responsibility to deliver. We paid to pollute and to do many other destructive things on this planet, and now it's time for us to pay to repair the damages that have been done.
Yes, with permission, I would like to say something and to encourage everyone here in the heart of this group. Is that okay? Can I say one thing?
Yes, this is a round table.
Oh, that's wonderful. A round table, a blessed round table of 144,000 warriors.
All souls are equal. We're warriors for peace, and peace is going to be the winner. That's who will be the winner.
Exactly. Warrior for peace and light. Let's say creator of peace of light. All right, better. It's all good. I was trying to turn on my. Oh well, you can hear me too. What I wanted to say that this is the time. These are exciting days now, when there are such a blessed opportunity and energies in the planet. There is new energy that's covering the planet right now. It's a new shift. We're all heading to experience heaven on earth. It is inevitable. Peace on earth is inevitable. It's already happened. We've seen it. And we are going right there. And it's going to get better than each one imagined here. And it's really amazing and exciting. And I really want to encourage, bless each one that works in these directions of coming from the heart and really bringing out what's natural and just serving life out of love and care and caring to Mother Gaia, Mother Earth, and all life, humanity, and animals, and all life is one, because it's all one. We're all interconnected. Caring for one is caring for all. It's never ever separated. It's always one package. And so this is how it goes. And I really want to encourage and bless, and even we want to empower each one that goes in this direction. And heading toward world peace is definitely the way to go, because that's the thing that's what's going to come out. That's the way, that's what we all going to here to experience, and that's the grand plan, and it's inevitable, and it's a good direction that will bring many blessings to many people who walk in these directions, and success and joy too. And so I just wanted to encourage that, to send a good, loving encouragement, and that we are being supported in many levels, not just from inside, outside of humanity, community, and people, and our even ancestors, communities, but also we have, I don't know if you were about that, but because we are all multidimensional human beings, and there's lots of dimensions between us, there is a lot of support coming from beautiful let's say, higher dimensions, but it's all really here now. It's like there's no up and down, no hierarchy. It's all really here now. But we are receiving lots of support from beautiful, benevolent beings from all over the cosmos right now in a very powerful, massive way. And we can feel it. I know you can feel it. And it's really amazing. It never really happened before. And we are pushing fast forward. And every time when we are sending a positive word, thoughts, even a prayer, or even a positive action about whatever it is, it's very powerful. It is being multiplied. It creates a lot of ripples, and it changes a lot, everything. Even in a, you can do a small personal act, anywhere from the heart, even helping one person, one animal, human, whatever, with the intention for love and peace. And that actually changed the entire planet and the humanity. So these things and this work is very powerful, and it's affecting a lot. And every little thing that you do really, really, really impact in a powerful way. So I just wanted to send that out to encourage everyone and to bring a nice, loving energy, uplifting energies, and also holding the vision that world peace is it's here now, is inevitable, and it's coming, and faster and faster, and that's the way to do. So I want to thanks and blessings everyone, and keep on the good work. We're all here. We're here to work together from wherever we are. I do want to. I would love to encouraging that. I want to send. I created that was in 2008. 2008. I've been after my journeys in South America, which I had incredible encounter. Well, I've been living with indigenous people, did a lot of different lovely work. But in one of my paths, I met with ETs, being group from the Pleiades, from the star, and literally been seeing the spaceship and went in the spaceship, met the people and everything. And this is clear, no drugs, no plants, nothing, totally direct connection. But and I've been exposed to incredible living things, energies, and existence of life that is here for all of us, for everybody, and very, very exciting. And when I came back, it changed me. So, of course, my life was changed in incredible ways. And I was on another mission of spreading the message to the world, traveling and conferences and radio shows and all of that exciting stuff. But what really was most powerful and profound is that we all already having that and carry that as a human being in our field. Here, living in a higher level of consciousness and state of being, it's here, it's divine right for everybody, and it's inevitable. It's coming for everyone. And after having that experience, of course, I expanded more on my path and in my mission to bring peace on earth that I took on myself 22 years ago. And then I came out with what was built within me. I came out with a high vibrational frequency and energy that I had to put it on into manifestation. So I was going back to Israel, and one of the things that I've done is I took devotions. I put myself in a geodesic domes for 33 days with a huge piece of canvas and acrylic paint, and I created, being one with source, with spirit, and all the ascended master, all the loving energy that can be. I have created the New Earth Ascension Celebration Mandala. And it's a powerful mandala that literally brings down the energy, the manifestation of the new Earth, which already has world peace within it, no borders, the unity, new clean energy, Not just that, and all living in harmony, enjoy all humanity. We all want family. The earth is our mother. It's the only one. And not just that, with the animals including, and all walks of life are welcome, all religions, whatever you choose to be, welcome to one big family. And also a direct connection and unity of us, humanity, with our extraterrestrial family. This is a huge family that we have in the stars.
Yes.
And I know that maybe some of you in the conscious mind can doubt it and stuff, but I do know that deep inside of each one of you, in your heart and in your DNA, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So I have no problem to speak it out, you know.
Oh, sure.
But
Sure. Even the people in the UFO are going to look at mankind as aliens now, because we're actually being taught how to go to places with the soul without any UFO or jumbo jet or Rolls Royce.
Yes. So with that thing that I said that, so that the idea is that we all really interconnected. There is no one better than the other in this existence.
Correct.
There is no one lower than the other. There is no low, there is no down. It's really all connected in unity and a beautiful divine equality. It's very good to remember that. And there's no one more powerful than us, and we are not more powerful than anyone else as well. So just to bring that up, to remind that, but in this, yet it's good to remind that we are one human family on beautiful planet, and we have huge family all over the cosmos, and they loves us more than you can even imagine. And they're here, they're with us, they helps us too, you know. So I just wanted to bring that point, and it's all getting to a beautiful, beautiful experience here on Earth, when us humanity taking responsibility on ourselves in daily life and really doing our best and getting together and bringing what our hearts really yearn for, like every child on Earth knows that. By the way, the children will lead the way.
Yes, this new generation, this new man of Mitra. And the ethos of the Keshe Foundation is
So
we are
yes, that
here.
is what I wanted to share. So I want to thank you all for allowing me to share that. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Oh, and I just wanted to ask, where
Yes.
can so I do want to give you, I want to give this mandala. So if you just can let me know, where can I post or attach the copy of this mandala that you guys can download that and use it. It's my gift for world peace, is my gift for the love of God that's in your heart. It's my gift for Mother Earth, and it's my gift. It's my gift for you. So if you, whatever you can do it, if you can show me where I can share it, that'll be great.
I think you can share it in the Telegram once someone invites you. The ethos of the Keshe Foundation is we are here to serve and not to be served.
Great. Well, for me, fine. Whatever makes you happy, I say, you know, that's wonderful. I'll be happy. We are happy to serve. And if by our service, allowing other people to share their gift with us, and that excite them and makes them feel more happy, then sure, why not? It's part of the service. Yeah? But then absolutely, the intention is to serve, and that's what we do. And this is why I am happy to do that, to share this mandala. It's unconditional. It's it's our joy by sharing, by giving that. This is our reward. Makes happy. I'm need nothing in return. It's already there. So absolutely.
Yes, the universe is the oyster for those souls who serve.
So yeah, so thank you very much. Feel free to connect with me or message you to show me where can I send. I just want to say blessings on everybody. Uplift, keep on the good work. That's what we are all here to do. And it's just gonna get better. Focus on the good stuff. Put your
Thank you.
ears only on the beauty and the love. Let go, which should not represent the essence, the beauty of the essence of life, of self, of
Well,
creator, forma de God.
on these
Focus, keep your ears on the good news.
on these energy systems, the foundation is trying to avert a disaster in Europe. Where if you could mute while I'm speaking, Amir, that way we don't get the feedback. And yes, the Keshe Foundation, Mr. Keshe, has released energy systems to try and divert catastrophe that's looming in Europe for about 500 million people with their lack of energy and their potential lack of food in the next 60, 90 days. So if you review those energy blueprint workshops, you'll see part of the work of the foundation. And again, it's more tuned to the elevation of the soul of the man than the actual production of energy, but we're taking care of the physicality as well. So I wanted to share that with you. Ed, I was going to ask you if you could invite, if you're still with us, if you could invite Amir to one of the Telegram groups so he could become part of this, either the One Cup group.
There was an invitation to the Spanish Mexican group.
Okay.
In the chat. Did you want one of the English speaking groups?
No, either, whatever he'd like to join. What time was that? So we can just direct him. Maybe you can direct him there, that he can just copy that link and join.
It's just up in the. Hang on. Let's see.
If you're able to. Thank you, Ed.
Good evening. I think it should be directed to the Hebrew language.
Oh,
group.
Perfect.
That says in Israel, the Hebrew language with what we call for the Jewish community or people who are of the Hebrew origin. That'll be the best place for him.
Okay, better yet. I don't think Dor is here. Does anyone have that link that can be put in the chat for Amir so he can join with the Jewish language Keshe Foundation?
I will send it to him privately. Or you can do, just 1 second, please. Trying to find the link.
Well, that's why I was suggesting if he gets in with the Spanish group, he can always be part of both or directly move from there. Or Micah can perhaps handle that as well. He seems to have a contact with Amir.
I cannot access it from here, but Raphael is a member of that group. If he's here, he can send the invitation.
Okay, Raphael, just to get a confirmation, I don't know if you're working in the background, if you're close to your mic, or maybe we can just send you a message to invite. Well, I don't know how that works actually. Once we're end the meeting, if that can happen.
Liliana did put
Hello?
some
Which group?
group.
Okay.
I don't know if that was
It's the Hebrew.
Raphael is
Hebrew.
here.
Let me check here now. Okay, just a sec.
Just send it to him private.
Or just the administrator of the group have access to the link of this group, Mr. Keshe. I'm in this group, but I'm not the administrator. So let me see if I can find it.
Mr. Keshe, if you were speaking, your mic was moving. We weren't hearing anything.
I'm just looking. Okay. Just 1 second, please. I have the link, but it's not allowing. Okay, Raphael, I'll put it on your side to send it through, I think.
Okay.
Please. It's on your private chat.
Oh, thank you. Just received it here. I'll send for him. It's for Amir, right? Amir.
Yes.
Yes, Amir ORR. And Claudia said he is already in the American group, but Mr. Keshe thought it'd be preferable. Again, you can be in any group, but it might be preferable for you to be in the Jewish language community, Amir. Just to let, I'm sure you've heard it, hopefully.
Hello, Mr. Keshe.
Yes.
Hello, it's Micah Green here from Canada. I just wondered if you had any update on progress for Canada for the Plasma Wellness Center, if that's anything moving forward with that.
We have already explained that before. The enhancement center systems are getting so rapidly developed. Part of the flight enhancement unit is part of it, that sometime after November, December, we will release the systems when it's updated, when we do the flight tests and everything else. Part which goes for the enhancement units will be separated and be released. It's a technological development. It's part of it you already hear with people who've been to lens, like what we call physical changes or emotional changes. We build the systems to, in a way, we are testing the body enhancement units within the context of the flight system, because we are responsible for that part. So once the systems are complete, instead of releasing and then adding to or changing, all be released from that point onwards. This technological development is huge. So if we would have released it, system was sitting in China. If we would have released them, then we had to change them. Everything has changed, and now even we changed part of the enhancement unit this week or past week. It's too rapid, too big changes, and those of you who've been in the lens and you've been in the system, you've seen very miniature systems around, and it's not the huge structures which we had before. So it'll be released once we feel comfortable that at least till the next job we need a year or 2 years, we will hold back. It's the same with Arizona. Arizona will be the first place receiving it because we are partners in Arizona. And it's no use for us to shipping and then changing and shipping again.
Is it my understanding that the president still needs to sign the peace treaty before you can ship to Arizona?
There are a lot of things happening. I was around what do you call it, Peace Talk conference yesterday in Vienna, and we are hoping some sort of conclusion to be reached. But as you heard on Thursday teaching, we have walked away from the discussions with the Iranian government in respect to the, what I call, enrichment of materials to weapon grade, which is against what we believe and what we work with. And this has brought some good direction work for us. And we know at this moment of time, Iranian government is not happy at all for us taking this position since, as we announced on Thursday. We have to see what comes from the American administration. They have shown literally 2 or 3 hours after the teaching of Thursday, close of teaching, we received a very open response from the White House in respect to the Keshe Foundation work. And those of you who know, have listened to it, it was such an immediate response in us walking away from working with Iranian, what we call authorities in respect to what the wrong decision has been to enrich further to weapon grade. And he has, you've seen the reaction from Tehran immediately the next day inside the Keshe Foundation. We hope, and as we said, we start negotiation in a different direction. We have already started it to see if can be reached in a different direction. It's impossible. In a way, they say 97%. The peace talk in Vienna has been reached in the last 3%, which in a way, the last 1% is impossibilities for the Americans to accept and for the Iranians to walk away. We can get to 99%, not 1%. Iranians have a step down, but the new enrichments, what was gone through last week, is not beneficial to no one. And we do not understand why. And I tried to open negotiation with Iran. I was in the Iranian embassy on Wednesday. And it's impossibilities to see unless something else happens. But weapon, what I call grade uranium, is not in the interest of Iran. It's not in the interest of the whole of Middle East, and especially for peace. And Iranian top officials have immediately responded very late on Friday to us. And we know exactly what is and what can be done, and Keshe Foundation has taken a new stand in this position.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe.
You got to understand, our technology is the key to all the work we do and what we deliver. We are not religious organization. We are not a spiritual organization. We are a scientific organization who within it has the responsibility to do so much work. And this is what bothers many, many people. As you said, especially with the new flight enhancement units, which now has been set up, ready to go on the full test in a few weeks' time. We changed the dimension, we changed the whole work. We, sometime in September, as we announced, we start the full process of transmutation. The systems have been built and it's not theoretical. We have done certain amount of work. Prior to tests from Linz, we will start certain amount of work on transmutation in around August, September. And that's why we said, any of you who can come to Linz in the first phase of September, October, we need it to be done. If you cannot come, sponsor others. We have many people who like to join, but they cannot afford it or they cannot get it done and are looking for sponsors. If you cannot reach Linz, sponsor somebody else, or let the foundation find people who already been in, but they could not do it more than once, because that allows us to work forward. We don't want to test more than 30 to 50 people, and once we transmutation complete, then I think the game will change. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sitting in with us. I don't know if you were babysitting or elevating the souls in the participants list, but you were certainly there for quite a long time observing, I suppose, as you usually say, and coming in humbler than anyone else in the meeting. So there's probably some work you were doing in the background. It's a minute before midnight on my time. There it is. It just changed to midnight in Europe. I don't know if Mr. Keshe would like to share anything else, or would any of the people here like to ask a question if he's willing to take any questions? Well, what I planned to do was to bring in the part that Mr. Keshe brought up. And again, most of you have already heard this about what we need to be aware of and what is potentially coming in the fall. There may be a separate workshop. As he said, it's about a 15-minute clip, but I think for those who not the ones that are here, but others who maybe listen to this broadcast at another time or may hear it and be able to prepare themselves for what potentially is being observed at this point, let's say, or what the foundation sees potentially coming. I know that there's been a number of knowledge seekers that have gotten this summer flu, let's call it, and have struggled with it. As I said, there'll be a separate workshop, I think, dedicated to that at some point, which I would imagine will go through the same sort of issues with the Cup of Life 1, sharing, bringing it to people, perhaps sending it to people, Cup 1 and 2, perhaps even a paper written on it, I'm not sure. This will be some sort of extension, I think, to the mutation.
If I can mention something on this, please. The reason we are very careful with the new COVID version release of the blueprint or whatever needs to be done is the new restrictions which most of the what I call media has put on how and who and what you can report and what you can say. It's primarily if in the social media we release the way how to tackle this new version. It can bring censorship on us or bringing the YouTube's all the Keshe Foundation structure down. The only reason is not that we are not ready to. Since we announced on Thursday and in some other channels about the new Corona version, we've had a number of knowledge seekers who have sent us people themselves or their family who have been affected and confirming the what we call the new what they call manifestation of the new Corona, and it's extremely harsh. And we are already working in the background with a number of knowledge seekers who have been through this and affected by this, and through the process of using technology we are learning and perfecting the method and the materials needed for this. It's very different than the Coronas we know up to now. It's very heavy for those who get it, and emotional, what we call consequences of it is horrendous. It's amazingly horrendous, and it is, we have to be able to go out. When we went with the blueprint last time, is not that opportunity 2 years ago when we did the blueprint for COP1. Now there's a lot of restrictions, and we have to watch very carefully. Very, very careful in how we put. We cannot just go out and present and show systems as we did with original Corona about 2 years ago. We are looking in the ways to be able to do it, and most of the people who have it and they've been through it, they talk of depression. They talk about wanting to commit suicide because it's not even part of them. And this has huge implication in the coming time. But we have to see how we can share the knowledge right across the, what they call the Keshe Foundation, but maybe on a separate channel that if you brought down does not touch the Keshe Foundation structure. It's not that we don't have the solution. We have seen, we tested, the solution is correct. People who have used it report to us it has an immediate effect. But we have to find a way to put this out. Our biggest problem is when we put it out, the knowledge seekers and the other channels of knowledge seekers teachings put it out in a way that it becomes like a process of healing and medical intervention. That is our biggest worry. Secondly, share of the knowledge and the claims they put to it. We can contain, we can put it in a package in a way that it can be acceptable. But the knowledge seekers, like last time we saw it in the French side, immediately change it to another way, and then that brings us a huge problem across our network of the teaching.
Would you mind if I played this before we close, or should I not play it? It was already in the public.
It's already in public, but we were very careful in what we put out. The blueprint is the solution to it. Then it becomes a medical intervention.
Got it.
We understand that's the difference. At the moment, the Keshe Foundation, what do you call it, test center in Linz is shut down for the, what do you call it, summer holidays. We're back again, I think, on 22nd, 23rd. After that week, then we go into the flight test. Or the week after, we go into the flight test. We've seen we want to see even the people who go through this corona crisis, if any of them turn up in the process, we'll see the reversal, we'll see the change.
So I think that's why Mr. Keshe is saying that it's our responsibility to get and employ or deploy these systems in our homes. Because perhaps some of this cannot be openly shared because people post it in different places and then change it, and then it becomes something that causes a problem for the foundation. So it looks like the wellness extension of the energy blueprint, or the wellness is part of the extension of the energy blueprint in the combination of the different systems.
And this is because we have to go back to the origin of the Keshe Foundation. We are a space development organization, and you travel by soul, or you travel through the development of what you call a space flight. In the space, as we always said, you only have viruses. Bacteria and microbes don't exist because it's not amino acid connection. So we have foreseen this, and we have structured within the enhancement units of all viruses. It's the only thing, more or less, we have structured on a what I call full capability of the system, confining the energies within a bracket and controlling it, not allowing interaction of viruses with the emotion or the physicality during the transportation or transmutation. This is one of the prime responsibilities of the Keshe Foundation in the flight section. So for us, viruses like COVID and whatever name you put into it is looked after within the structure of the system. Is part of the new space technology. Even the physical flights need this protection. In the flight enhancement units is built in for transportation system, is built in part of the emotion. You don't come out with different emotion on the other side. And if you go through that, there's a positive input into the transmutation. So it's not that we are looking for, it's actually built in deliberately for protection of the man in space from viruses. And COVID is a name, but in fact it's an energy pack, which we cannot allow to interact, to change. It's not coincidental. We built system for this purpose.
Any questions from anyone in the participants group? Sounds like if it's built in and the system expands to the street, the cross street, the neighborhood, this could be perhaps a refuge of relief. I don't know. Just thinking. If it's built into the energy systems, gas systems and so on. But apparently we're going to have to tiptoe through the tulips, as the old Americans say. I think that was Tiny Tim.
Yeah, hi, Mark.
Yes, Alex.
We've had a really, really big week, and so we can see that there's good and bad news. I would just like to focus on the good news and remind everybody that during this week, Mr. Keshe had a birthday, and so we all wished him a happy birthday. And of course, the World Peace Treaty also had a birthday, and we need to understand that the whole purpose is to bring peace on earth, because that's where heaven is. Heaven is on earth, and in heaven there's only peace. So for those who don't understand that, it's too bad. But this is why we're all here, and this is the most important thing. And so I want to thank everybody also for allowing me to present, and I want to thank Mr. Keshe for allowing me to continue in this way. And it's really the only way that I can at this point in time contribute in this type of public fashion. So for that, I'm extremely grateful. And we'll stay tuned to the next exciting episode next week. So I'm going to sign off here, Mark, and allow you to continue with the program.
Okay, and as he said, this is a gift that he's given us. I think he's given a bigger gift than we could ever give him, but we do wish him well. He said it felt like not 64 years, but 6,400 years. Gosh, I can't imagine. But he said this is one of the most luckiest workshops that we've ever listened to. I think we played that part of it earlier today. So again, if we don't mind, I think I will play this part again as part of this program. And if you've heard it already, or you have other things, I know it's past midnight, actually 12:15 in Europe, feel free to leave, no penalty whatsoever. But just to make people aware that they need to be aware in a way. But again, it's like, you know, dancing in between the raindrops here and getting more difficult. One word could sink the ship, perhaps, and they are on that sort of bent. I was reading about a story about someone in Israel who, I guess he's a colonel and taught in many of the different universities, military, and so on. And because he said a couple of things, you know, he's being threatened with the loss of his account or something on a certain platform. So it's absolutely real. Anyone else want
Mark?
to bring something? Yes, Galid.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something. I saw that Stefania had wrote something in the chat. She had written.
Okay,
And
I didn't see it. Please share.
yeah, she wrote, people that have been on the flying systems before can connect to the new machine for transmutation. Just a small update or something to share maybe. Recently, I've been around Linz, close to Linz, and deliberately taking some more different positions. And I've been trying to just pop up in the system, and that's when when that's my intention, I feel a stronger connection. So maybe we should all just, I don't know, Sir Keshe is here, so if I'm saying something very different, please interrupt me. But if we try to, in a way, pop up or like appear in the system physically.
You mean in the flight room?
Yes, in the Fabio's room. Then whenever I have this specific intention, I feel very significantly the pressure in my head again. So we can try that maybe, I don't know.
Sure, and I would also encourage people to join the reactor group on Wednesday at 7 a.m. because Mr. Keshe said he may pop up in there and continue some sort of connection or process that he started 2 Wednesdays ago. It may be a sacrifice, but it may be well worth the sacrifice. I know it's the midnight hours for many, at least in the Eastern time world, but in Europe and so on, it's a little bit more convenient starting at 7 a.m. CEST. And of course, please take advantage of the systems that are provided. He said there's many things hidden within these systems. And we feel comfortable using them because of the gas or the electric energy savings or so driving the car and so on. But it's creating a whole environment within the home and so on, neighborhood, the streets, and the surrounding areas. And as these systems link up, they'll be creating the sort of dome, and that's what they're designed for, is to link up. And he just indicated that the protections or the not allowing certain interactions to happen are actually built into the systems. Anyone else want to come in here? Thank you, Mr. Keshe, for sharing with us. I'm going to go ahead and play this if no one has any questions or Mr. Keshe does not want to add anything today. Okay, very well. Again, don't feel like you have to stay. You can review this on your own time in your own place. But for those who get to review this workshop in the future or the next several months or so, or this meeting, and they didn't have a chance to get to the workshop, they'll hear it. And of course, we can always learn more. Just hearing it once through or twice or even 3 times is probably, we've all missed more than one thing. And this is what he wanted to touch on after the break in the workshop. So anyone else, let's give another chance for anyone to come in. I was glad Amir came in. That was a very nice interaction. Thank you, Micah, for sending the invitation to him. Okay, then I'm going to go ahead. This is 15 minutes. So again, it's already almost 25 after midnight in Europe. So if you have to go, that's fine. Anyone here, it's just 6:30 p.m. But as you choose, and you can always go back and review it. It's basically right after the break in the workshop at 1 hour, 36 minutes. One more opportunity, anyone?
Hello, Mark.
Yes, Lisbeth.
Mark, tomorrow is testimonial for flight simulation, or?
No, tomorrow's the Rick's group, which is the testimonials of the Keshe Foundation. It doesn't have to be a flight, but Mr. Keshe indicated that maybe some of the people that went through the mobile or mobile test experience would like to come in to that meeting. And again, that meeting is at 8 p.m. CEST in the public meeting room.
Okay, thank you so much.
So you can bring any of your plasma testimonials.
Yeah, yes, because many people in Spanish send it, so thank you.
Yes, please. Rick would be more than happy. That way he doesn't have to hear. Nobody had something they wanted to share. I'm sure many people have things they can share, but they don't always want to share at that point for some reason. Maybe they doesn't want to be brought into the public or something else. But yes, remember that, because this is only once a month that meeting happens. And it's the second Monday, which tomorrow is the 8th. So that's when it'll be. But please bring your testimonials. Rick would be more than happy. And perhaps I would suggest to him the testimonial we heard from the Brazilian group today, which is a very nice segment. I'm going to go ahead and play this. When it ends, I'll play the final disclaimer and then the meeting will conclude. Anyone else? Okay, let's see if this starts here. And don't feel you have to stay. Again, you can review this at any time on your own when you have more time, or if you need to get to sleep or what have you.
Open it up to questions, and perhaps Mr. Keshe will have something to say before that. How would you like to begin, Mr. Keshe?
Yes, we have to say something. There's something which is important, maybe for us to realize. We see the situation that we are coming back with the whole problems with Corona in a very drastic way. With the winter time, there could be. And a new generation of Corona has been observed. We saw this one last year. Now we've seen it for the second time, but in a larger scale. In all the Coronas we watched, we monitored, we wrote the papers about. We always consider different shapes and forms Corona, what it's going to do, and when one of them considered to be there to touch the emotion. We have seen this Corona, the new version, and a number of knowledge seekers have been touched by it. The new version of the Corona, which we have seen, we are observers to it, but we are aware of it. We have had it before, we know how to handle it, is the Corona which touches the emotion. And this Corona is of a higher order strength, as is mutating and can lead and show the signs of the emotional conditions. We have seen reported to us different emotional conditions, which, if need be, will cover it on a specific teaching separately as a blueprint. But if you get touched by the new Corona, emotionally feel different. Last time was physical pain and everything else. This time we are getting reports of a very drastic conditions, and some of them lasting long, much longer physically and emotionally, because now the emotion will touch the physicality too. So you please be aware that if we see this continue, the Keshe Foundation will put a special Corona session, as we did 2 years ago, to cover this process. This new Corona needs a totally different approach, but in a way similar to before, where you have to elevate the soul very rapidly. Our people who have been tested positive with this new Corona, they report to us suicide, depression, and all sorts of things they are facing. And the physical pain is much worse than before there, because they had it before. Now we had it in 3 or 4 of the knowledge seekers around the world who have had this new Corona. And it's very drastic. So we set out to do a blueprint for emotional Corona if we see this expands rapidly. But again, as I said, the emotion of the man is to do with what we breathe, more or less. It can be affected. And we will go into the condition of the creation of the what we call new gas units, which we literally breathe around the house to elevate the soul. And we will go through a process of what we call Corona enhancement breathing units. But we are waiting to see the extent of this new version, but we are not getting involved in it. We just change the environment that creates the condition for this. If you get entangled with this new version of Corona, let us know very rapidly, and we'll see how we can help. It's not that easy to some of you. We got now 3 people in the Keshe Foundation in different part of the world battling with this in the past couple of weeks, and we try to find what we call a comprehensive solution, as we did with the first cycle of Corona. The first cycle of Corona was a physical Now it's physical and emotional, but because it touches the emotion, physical part becomes harder. And we'll bring this to you. We're waiting to see if and how extended this thing is. We've seen it in Europe, we've seen it in Asia, we've seen it in the US. But it comes in a different way. And the European version has been horrendous. And we've seen the same in the Asian one. But it could be is why we are not jumping and panicking is because if you remember the African swan pig flu, which we got involved in the summer in the northern hemisphere is always cooler, and African swan, which is a high temperature, what we call higher temperature flu, which is in Africa, is more or less has now appeared in the COVID, which means now we have a very much African swan flu behavior, which is a heat level virus in the northern hemisphere in the summertime, which we are not used to. And the effect of it is drastic. And we are observing. We want to know if any of you knowledge seekers or somebody you know has been touched by it. It's a summer version. We never had a summer flu this way. And this is why we still see continuation of the COVID in the summertime. Because if you were with us in China when we handled the African swan flu, which is a high temperature, what we call African temperatures virus, which in the north we're used to. Viruses mainly in the autumn, winter. Now this virus has mutated like African swan into summer flu condition. That's why the governments still see continuation of increase in COVID. And some of these COVIDs, because of the higher energy, now interact with emotion. And we were expecting this, and something was obvious is going to happen if it changes to summer, and we've seen a consistent increase in COVID in northern hemisphere during the summer, and conversion was imminent, especially in much higher temperature areas like the Middle East, in what we call Browns, Arizona, and that side of the part of the world, where the heat is consistent with the flu coming in. You will see that conversion of summer flus, which is a higher temperature, and we are not used to it as such. And because it's higher, our emotion works at a higher order than our physicality, so now affects our emotion. And what we had reports of is we saw this last autumn and the autumn before. It creates a massive depression. And a lot of weird psychological things comes with the depression, psychosomatic side. And if this carries on, we might see it converts back into the winter side. And if it goes converting back to the winter time, we have to watch the suicide rates around the world with the people who had COVID, which we were expecting, but not so drastic as we've seen it now. So please be alert. We are not doing anything or explaining anything extra. It's just that you have to elevate the shift of the emotion energy out of the body as rapidly as possible, or increase the emotion level to be in a level that the virus cannot reach it, in a way cannot reach the level of the strength of that can interact with. So now, as I said, even when we're talking about the COVID last year, the year before, in space, these are the viruses that we will encounter. especially when we reach what we call the center of galaxies, when we reach new stars. These kind of energy packages is very common at these high energy centers. We see this in the universe with specific areas, and it touches specific races. There are races which never go near a star. They never enter the zone of the high fields of central galaxies, because the spectrum of the energies affects their operation, their lives. So it's not something uncommon. Now we see it, now we know it, but we start seeing what we call emotional COVID appearing around the world in higher rates than what we saw last year, the year before. We saw it for the first time very predominantly in a number of people last autumn, but it disappeared, it just diminished. But this year, now we've seen it in the summertime. And as I said to Rick, we might have to do a COVID blueprint that you understand, but primarily be aware of it. We got people here are novice, so we can tell you what happens with them. We prepare them to stay in the background. But some of you in this room, in chat room, are listening, in other channels, already been affected and we've been in touch with you. So be very much aware, and they tell me what is the solution for it. At the moment, we see a solution of new gases to be released, and that it becomes a breathing all the time. You cannot confine yourself to whatever. It becomes the problem with the COVID before. It was somatic, it was to do with the body. Now is somatic and psychosomatic, because now COVID reached that. The possibility of the virus to reach the level of the energy of the soul is very, very rare. It's impossibilities, but still possible. And that we'll see another dimension, but we do not expect it on the human race. The human race always of a structure which has the capability to mutate itself. And when it mutates, we'll see new features of man. But man will survive because of his characteristic multitude of fields which create the soul of the man. Man will evolve in the shape and color and all sorts when we see the soul condition. We saw a couple in a very rare conditions in China, if you remember, but that it's a very rare conditions to see. But the next phase of this autumn winter COVID could touch the emotion. And what only way, as I said to one of the knowledge seekers yesterday, was to follow the death rates, suicide death rates. If we see an increase in suicide death rates in the next 12 months, the majority of it will come from emotional COVID. We try not to call it a COVID gas system, but we try to release a system which can tackle this, because it's a very, very specific. It's very it has to be done in a very specific way, and it has to be done in a way that the body and the mind can handle, to take this extra energy out of the emotion, or emotion which are supposed to reach a level of satisfaction is blocked by being received, and that creates depression. In a way, your soul cannot feed your physicality. Physicality and the lack of it, what we call depression, is very much what I explained. The depression before is that my soul does not want my physicality. That's what the real, what we call depression, can be explained in a true sense of the creation. When the soul does not support, one does not want to support physicality, but the soul of physicality what you call, the spirit is there to overcome it. You get what you call it. When the soul of physicality is, the soul of the man is blocked to reach the soul of physicality, this is what we call it, the point of no existence, and we call it the suicide. But we have to be aware of these things and monitor it. And as we saw last year, a lot of that was put by heart attack and other things, which was the side effects of the corona, and a lot of places were mentioned. Now we'll see a lot of suicide if this takes shape. And we have to watch it. It's an imitation of the standard flu to what we call the same as what we call zombie flu, to summer level, which is a slightly different threshold. It's a different combination of fields interaction. Any other question?
Information and education. Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.